Morning everyone, it's now 10 a.m. and I'd like to resume this planning and 75 nursing home. Those of you who are not aware, I'm Nessa, planning inspector, and this inquiry has been truncated to 3 days. My understanding is that Janine would like to make a brief statement. I've had a quick look at it this morning. Thanks very much for sending it in. And I just wondered whether you would like to make that statement before we look at the planning evidence, because I think that might be more appropriate rather than specific housing need, which is slightly more technical, and that much more related to the actual site. So I'm hoping that we can get through the housing need for the coffee break, so that'll be after the coffee break, and it would. I'm sure Ms. Margaret will tell me that I'm wrong or not, but is this ID 9?
Let me check, madam. We are at. But can I just have a moment?
What about Mr. Tucker's?
Okay, yes, sorry, I was deep in the section 106, madam, so I wasn't paying enough attention. I think the map then will be ID 8 and this that you're looking at now will be ID 9. That's not in.
Yeah, Mr. Tucker's, to be, let you know what it is. Yesterday we spoke about a map which would transpose the route of the public right of way over the former route of Hencote Lane, and that's been submitted as to the inquiry, and that will be available on the website.
Yes.
And do you want a paper copy of that? I saw somebody had sent it to me. Do you need a paper copy of it?
I mean, I'm happy, but it may be that a paper copy should be available for
I'll go and do it.
members of the public.
I think it'd be useful for the library outside.
Yeah, exactly. The other issue is Mr. Jeffcott, who doesn't appear to be here this morning. But just to say his statement has come in, and that's ID 5. So I thank him for that. Okay, I would quite like an update on the UU on the condition and the conditions how it's coming along. Who would like to update me on that?
Madam, I had my head stuck in you just now. Kim Brown is the solicitor for the council and has returned the council's comments on that document to me this morning. So I'm just going through them now. They look pretty good. I'm happy to report. So I think it's very likely that Ms. Brown and I will be able to present you with a jointly approved document and get that printed out in readiness for the session this afternoon.
Conditions, I did notice there's a little bit of negotiation going on before the inquiry this morning. What's the update there?
Madam, we looked at these again overnight, along with Ms. Bishop and Mr. Smith from Potseley Architects, because I was a bit worried that we did them in a bit of a hurry, I'm afraid, yesterday, Mr. Hall and I. And whilst some of those that we put to yesterday are fine, there are changes to, I think, 3 out of the 6. Mr. Hall and I have been through them this morning and we've agreed them. So I think if we update the list and circulate it later, that's probably the best thing to do.
Yes. It'd be helpful if you could update it before Mr. Janine gives his little statement. And then it would mean
it's already been done. I've just been told, madam.
I hope I haven't jumped the gun, but the agreed list is agreed as far as I'm aware, and I'm sure Mr. Hall will leap up and tell me if I'm wrong. But that list is the only potential future changes, we're waiting for confirmation in relation to the overlap between building regulations and electric vehicle charging points. That's the only outstanding matter as far as I'm aware. Otherwise, that list has been updated, agreed and sent to your case officer and to Lucy, who's assisting us from Southwark with putting things on the website. So it should be publicly available as soon as Lucy can attend to that.
So just to, on the basis that we're all human, we're all in the same room, at the coffee break, would you mind speaking to Mr. Janine?
Yes, of course.
Setting out what those changes are. I don't necessarily expect you to have the discussion about the merits of it, because that's clearly not relevant, but I just think as a courtesy, if everyone can be
Of course.
kept kept abreast of.
Perhaps if I could ask through you for the council to print a copy, that would probably assist that discussion. And then I'm more than happy to speak to any members of the public that want to ask questions about the conditions.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I was just about to say, it makes sense to have a copy out in the library.
Yeah.
And I don't know, madam, whether you would want a hard copy or you're content with the electronic copy.
A hard copy would be great, but I wasn't going to sort of test it straight away.
No, that's fine,
But
that's
I
fine.
just wanted to make sure that when we're discussing the planning merits, well, not planning merits, but planning case,
Yes,
that, I mean, if Mr. Dingley was going to get his, sorry, am I pronouncing your name correctly?
You are surprising. Most people get it wrong.
Okay, so, when he's making a statement and whether he wants to ask questions, all those issues,
That's
make
understood.
it into as much knowledge as possible. That'd be fabulous.
thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there anything else that anyone wants to raise before we move on to the formal discussion?
Well, just in terms of ID numbers again, apologies. So will the updated conditions list be ID 10?
I believe so, but charter was the.
Yes, I think.
I think that's, I think that's right, madam. I think Mr. Jeffcott's statement goes in at ID 5 where we'd held place for it.
Yeah.
Mr. Demean at ID 9, and then the revised conditions when they're ready at ID 10.
So it had to go to the level.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
There's no other business. I now would like to reference the housing issue. Because the council's no longer stating that there is a need, I've asked all three witnesses to come up and sit together, and Kyla as well, so that they can briefly put forward what they consider to be the pertinent points that I need to be reminded of. And then I have a number of questions that I would like to ask. Are both advocates content with that approach? Or that you are content with that approach is relevant. That's what's going to happen.
Yes, we are, is the answer to that. Well, I think it will help each of our individual witnesses if you were to give them some guidance as to whether you expected a 3, 5, 10, 20, 30-minute peroration.
Oh, no. It's sort of the takeaway points from their evidence, really. Obviously, I've read their evidence and I've got all the details and I've got all the appendices, so I don't need to don't have to tell me various bits and bobs because I have it. It's just what you think I should have in the uppermost of my mind. I suppose, spoiler alert, in terms of you saying that there is need, the LPA initially said there wasn't need, and obviously I'm interested to know why there is now need. And secondly, it is clear that the site is outside of the development boundary. I mean, no one's denying that. So it's the extent of the need is clearly a material consideration, which I'll have to consider. So I need to have that as defined as possible. So those are the sort of boundaries of what I'd like to come out of this session.
Yes, I mean, just to confirm from our perspective, we anticipated, firstly, the principal headlines are those in the further statement of common ground, setting out the differences between the parties evidentially. We'd anticipate, or I'd anticipate, following last evening's discussion, that essentially I would introduce simply Mr. Newton-Taylor, Mr. Donner. You've got their qualifications, but just to explain who they are for the benefits of the public and those online. Well, then a friend will do the same with his two witnesses, and then perhaps left to right, we'll just give them five minutes so identifying exactly what their position is, and thereafter lay them open to any questions that you or anybody else may have, madam.
That sounds. Thank you.
Shall I make a start then in terms
Yeah,
of
maybe.
who's who?
Yeah.
So to your immediate right, to my right also, Mr. Donner, I think that is the correct pronunciation.
That is correct. Thank you. Yes.
You'll have to turn the microphone on. That may involve some sharing, I'm afraid.
It's the right one. Thank you
Yeah.
very much.
So from page 1 of your proof of evidence, you are James Donner. You're a member of the Institute of Economic Development with an honours degree and a Master of Civic Design. You're a director of Barton Wilmore, where you head the National Development Economics team. Despite your youthful good looks, you've got 20 years professional experience in housing, planning, economic development, and you've regularly given evidence at Section 78 appeals in relation to the area of housing need generally. Is that right?
That's correct. Yes.
You tell us that your evidence specialises in relation to specialist accommodation for the elderly, and you produced a main proof and a rebuttal proof. Is that right?
That's correct. Yes.
Thank you. Moving down the line, as it were. Next in line, the last of my two witnesses, you are Nigel Newton-Taylor. Is that right?
It is.
Thank you. You're a member of the Royal Institution of Chartered Surveyors, the RICS. You hold a degree in urban estate surveying. You're a director of HPC with 34 years of experience in the commercial property market, the last 22 years being in healthcare. I won't say anything about youthful good looks. HPC, you tell us, provide a range of... Sorry, that wasn't intended to be insulting. I'm so sorry.
That's right.
You tell us the nature of HPC and they provide a range of advice and services to the social care sector. You explain who your clients are, and you tell us that whilst Mr. Donner deals with the extra care need case from the perspective of the appellants, you deal with the care home and dementia need case. Is that right?
That's correct.
Thank you very much. I'll hand over to my learned friend.
Yes, thank you. And Madam, next along the row is Mr. Daniel Corden. And Mr. Corden, you hold a first-class honours degree in environmental geography from Manchester Metropolitan University, a Master in Planning Sustainable Environments from the University of Salford, and a Master's in Planning from the University of Manchester. And you've been a member of the Royal Town Planning Institute since 2012. Is all of that correct?
Correct. Yes.
You've been at Shropshire Council in a variety of roles, and you're now a principal planner within the planning policy team. Is that right?
That's correct.
And before that, you previously worked within the planning policy departments of Cheshire East Council and in Macclesfield.
Correct. Yes.
And your evidence does two things. One, it looks at the policy context,
Correct. Yes.
and the other looks at the need context.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah. And I think that although you were not a signatory to the need for specialist housing for older people statement of common ground, Mr. Hall, who was, signed it upon your advice.
That's correct. Yes.
Yeah. And were you involved in the production of the strategic housing market assessment, which we have in the evidence base?
I was. Yes.
Right. And we know that that is dated, or part 2 is dated September 2020.
That's correct. Yes.
And in the statements of common ground, the council has looked at need, firstly, as at 2026.
Correct. Yes.
Which is at the end of the current plan period, and at the assumed date that this scheme, if consented, might deliver. Is that right?
Mr. Richard,
Yeah.
I think this introduction is sort of
Very-
straying somewhat
okay.
It's
into.
going beyond qualifications.
All right. Then, Madam, the other person is up the table is Mrs. Laura Tyler. again, who's produced a proof of evidence. And you are the Assistant Director for Joint Commissioning at the Council, and you have responsibility for developing strategy and policies and for commissioning services for all ages across care homes, care at home, learning disabilities, mental health, autism, supported living and community services. Is that right? Okay. So, and your evidence deals in effect with the council's strategies for adult social care. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As discussed, can we move along?
Happy to move from today.
Yeah, this time
Sounds
here, because it's slightly different anyway, isn't it? Because of yeah.
Morning all. So yes, as I was introduced, very nice. Thank you very much. I'm also
Sorry, you're not being heard.
sorry. I'm Assistant Director for Joint Commissioning. So I'm actually a joint role between Shropshire Council and Shropshire and Telford and Region ICS. In terms of the proof of evidence that I've put forward, I think it's fair to say that the strategy and the position of certainly the local authority is support at home, first and foremost. It's about ensuring that we have got a good quality market. I know it was raised a few days ago in terms of the Care Act responsibility. So our statutory duty is under Section 5 of the Care Act around market sustainability and ensuring diverse quality of services. And I think really it's a balancing act for the local authority in order to ensure that we have got a wide and diverse range of services across, for all ages and across all the population, whether they're self-funder or whether they're responsible, whether adult social care is responsible for them. So I think it's quite clear in terms of my views on the support at home is, as I said, is first and foremost. However, we do acknowledge that we are seeing an increase in certainly complex nursing care. I think that's fair to say, and we will see that increase, increase over the next few years, and we have seen that. However, I will state that the numbers that we are seeing in terms of admissions into care homes from a local authority perspective have actually fallen over the last 6 years by 15.1%. So we are not seeing that increase. And that is from the strategy and position that we are supporting at home in different alternative ways. So we're looking at commissioning nighttime support as an example. We are looking at technology in terms of that support. But as I said, I do acknowledge that we are going to see an increase in complex nursing, and we are going to see an increase coming through with dementia moving forward. The main issue, I think, on the social care, one of the most difficult areas we've got, as I've said in my statement, is around workforce. Workforce is incredibly difficult and challenging, and that is one of the challenges that we've got. Social care, national problem, challenges of Shropshire as well, and across. So those are probably the main points. Any questions?
Okay, thanks. Slightly changed my mind here. I'd like to specifically, and the three I will have separately. Saying that because Shropshire is a rural county, it's difficult finding people that care at home. I assume that's primarily because you have to travel to care for the person. Yeah. So the obvious question then is having people find community. Does that actually help? Is that advent? Would that be a benefit? Yeah, it is. It clearly, having a development in one place is to find workforce that development. But I think what I would say that we are looking at alternative ways and so linking. So there's also other ways to remunerate. Another question I mean, I clearly understand the approach is to try and keep people at home, facilitated, working out what the barriers are. And then facilitating a way of getting rid of those barriers so that people live in their own, continue to live in the homes that they've lived in for a while. Talked about a net increase in complex need. So I suppose my question is, given that the population is rising exponentially for older people, is there going to be a net increase approach? But I think having this on. As I meant for people in trials, I think so.
What we're doing at the moment is we're working really closely with health to look at so in terms of primary care networks. GPs working with district nurses, looking at upskilling workforce differently. But I think whilst got to think really differently from a professional perspective, size does not know that, so we can't position where just build more and more nursing homes, for example. We locally, again, things like virtual wall that's nationally been mandated.
Yeah, I understand that, but I suppose my question was, one can find lots of ways of trying to solve these issues and going into. No one wants to go into a nursing home as a point of. One assumes nobody wants to go into a nursing home. I don't know. Therefore, you have all these different means trying to obviate things for that to happen. But what I'm asking you, in terms of the population and the increase in comorbidities, etc., is it likely that there will be net increase? Yes. And in terms of from the accounts tenure of access isn't really that relevant.
Talking in terms of the extra care.
But any kind of caring, because obviously care means that you need someone to help you in shape or form, or you need something to facilitate that help. So what I'm asking is, it doesn't really matter whether people pay X thousand pounds a month to have it or £10 to have it. Doesn't matter, isn't it the issue whether they're receiving that care?
So if they've got eligible needs, I don't really understand the question, but so if they've got eligible needs and they've had a financial assessment and they need to facilitate that, if they're eligible for care or they're self-funded, then most self-funded home care and access it that really can ask the local government to support. As you know, the social care reforms that was supposed to be doing this this October have been delayed for 2 years. So that is obviously quite impacted on the certainly will be if that does come during the years. We have got a high self-funding population market in Shropshire. So we are always trying to manage the market both sides of the coin, so to speak. So it doesn't, people can access care in multiple and obviously, from the local authority perspective, you have to look at ability and we have to ensuring that their choice that way. I'm sure I've answered your question. But,
I think, but thank you very much. Thank you very much. The court.
Thank you, Mark. As Mr. Richard explained, my proof covers both policy and need. I'll focus on the need aspect in this particular circumstance, but as an introduction, when you started to discuss the matter, you sort of intimated the council position regarding need had changed. I'd actually say that our position regarding need has remained consistent. We've always identified that there is a need for specialist housing and care homes moving forward, and have always been of the view that there is an unmet need at this point in time. And I believe that that is the position that we documented within the statements of common ground. So we've always identified the fact that there will be a need for more specialist housing moving forward, and that includes as at 2026. But our view is that there is an unmet need at this point in time, and that's the position documented in my proof and within the statements of common ground. In terms of the need assessment, again, as documented in the statements of common ground, the assessment of need that we have undertaken is that within the strategic housing market assessment, specifically part 2, which I'm going to call the SHMARC now forward because it's quite a mouthful otherwise. The methodology that we utilise within that assessment is effectively one where we identify the existing levels of provision of specialist housing by category and grouped by level of care effectively, and established the rate of each available per head of population age 75 and over, and that came as a prevalence rate, and we then applied that prevalence rate to future population trends in order to establish future needs, and as I say, that does that does result in an additional need by 2038, but no immediate additional need. In terms of a summary of that need, as at 2038, we concluded there's a need for an extra 3,063 sheltered or retirement housing units, 410 extra care units or supported living housing units, and 2,549 additional bed spaces in residential and nursing homes. So in total, the provision would rise from 7,605 to 13,628 houses or bedrooms, which equates to an increase of 6,023 houses or bedrooms. We concluded that the methodology within the SHMAR was appropriate for a number of reasons. The first and perhaps most important is that it maintained transparency. So it's quite clear how the assessments have been undertaken, so that anyone that was accessing the SHMAR, which forms a part of our evidence, was able to understand how we had undertaken that assessment. It also relies on robust data that's readily available, and was consistent with the information that was utilised within our assessments of the need for housing more generally, i.e. the 2014 based national population projections, which inform the 2014 based of national household projections, which are the required data set for the standard methodology for calculating housing need. We also ensured that it was consistent with the national guidance, within the National Planning Practice Guidance. We felt that there was a lack of any evidence of existing unmet need, hence why existing prevalence rates were appropriate. And the evidence that is available indicates that there is needs moving forward, as my colleague explained, Mr. Tyler explained. But that is about needs moving forward rather than as at now. And I think that is quite an important distinction. So as the population ages, the need goes up. And that is what the prevalence rates effectively respond to, the increase in the number of people aged 75 and over. It's also informed by our understanding of the demographics and structure and the characteristics of structure, which are quite, I wouldn't say unique, but are specific impact on the way that we approach meeting the needs of the elderly people in structure. And again, I think it was informed by the approach within our adult social care strategy for meeting the needs of older people. More recently, we've undertaken a housing needs survey for structure, and the results in that have been in effect used to sensitivity test the results of the SMAR. They didn't directly inform it, but because obviously it was only taken after the SMAR was completed. But it's, in that sensitivity test, I feel it provides endorsement for the rates that we've utilised. Would you like me to touch on the strategy within the plan for meeting the need, or?
I've read your on the strategy.
Yeah.
I may just have some questions about that. That's what I was going to actually ask in terms of whether it's better to discuss those at the planning session.
Yeah.
We've discussed that and we think the answer is yes, but we'll put Mr. Corden up again with his planning hat on.
If Becca's happy with that, because I think that's easier, because it's we're just doing two different things, aren't we? Because we're looking at an appeal, which relates to whether there's a need for housing for older people. That's its fundamental issue, isn't it?
Yeah, I was viewing this as the need round table, not the planning round table. I have no objection to Mr. Corden coming back for a second go.
So yeah, effectively what the assessment concludes is that there is a need in Shropshire over the period moving through to 2038, which is the period that the draft local plan looks to address. Looking at the need calculations, our view is there's a need for certain types of specialist housing as at 2026, which is the period that the adopted plan covers. But our view was that as at the base date of the assessment, there was no unmet need based on the information that was available to us. The next issue that I can cover is the differences between the assessment that we've undertaken and the assessment undertaken by the tenants. Would you like to do that now, or do you want to hear from the? I
think it might be easy if I just have a quick go through, and then obviously one of my questions is why is there a difference? You know, so I think that's easier if we just do that way.
Yes, madam. That was the differences was going to be one of the key things I spoke about, but we'll come back to that.
Can everyone hear at the back?
It's directional, Nigel, so you need to put that straight in front of you.
Thank you. Yes, madam. I think in terms of assessing, I'm as introduced, focusing upon the nursing home and the dementia unit as opposed to the remainder of the development. So in terms of assessing the level of need for that development, in the most basic manner, we've looked at the level of supply, the level of demand, and looked at the differential between those in assessing whether or not there is a need both now and in the future. The starting point in terms of supply is, in my eyes, the Care Act 2014. Now, the relevant section, and this has already been mentioned, I know, the relevant section 5 of the Care Act is reproduced in Appendix 8 of my proof, should you wish to read through. But if I could just emphasise the key section of it, which is in paragraph 4.1 to my proof, which is a local authority must promote the efficient and effective operation of a market in services for meeting care and support needs, with a view to ensuring that any person in its area wishing to access services in the market has a variety of high quality services to choose from. And the key words there are variety and high quality. In assessing the level of supply, I have scheduled within the proof, which you will have seen, the level of ensuite bedrooms throughout the county. Now, why am I looking at ensuite bedrooms? And there's two reasons for this. The first is a matter of health and well-being. We've recently seen COVID-19 and the devastating impact it's had, not only internationally, but specifically within care home sector. it will come as no surprise that research has shown, and it's included as a appendix 9 to my proof, that the use of shared bedrooms and the use of shared bathing facilities increased prevalence rates in terms of COVID. Now, I accept that hopefully we are getting towards the end of COVID, but the principle remains. Virus transmission is not helped by sharing bedrooms, nor indeed sharing bathing facilities. So for a health and well-being perspective, the provision of single occupancy ensuite bedrooms is important. I think it's very easy when we're discussing property and planning to get bogged down in the black and white, but this is there's a human face to this aspect as well, in terms of expectation and aspiration. If I were a betting man, I would like to say that when you booked into your accommodation for this inquiry, the receptionist did not advise you that you would be sharing a bathroom with 6 people on the corridor. Nor do I anticipate that on entering your bedroom, you found that you were sharing with persons. And so my question is, why should that be acceptable? The older generation who are spending the last days, weeks, months of their lives when it is not appropriate for us. The older generation are not second-class citizens. In terms of whether or not policy should be considered from a plan perspective, I have included within the rebuttal proof of Mr. Donner appendices 8, 9, 10 and 11. I don't specifically need to read them out now, but what they do is illustrate in those decisions the fact that quality has been a key component of need assessment during care home appeals over recent months and years. Whilst of the 4, all mention quality per se, there are 2 specific cases where the inspector is even more detailed and confirms agreement by local authority and the appellant to the need for ensuite bedrooms for single occupancy. In this particular instance, how important is it? Well, the local supply is somewhat dated in comparison to the national profile. And I think if I can just refer very briefly to section 4 of my proof, and the key figures I will point towards are, of the 71 county care homes that were operational at the beginning of December when this was compiled, 57 incorporated accommodation from alternative use. Nationally, 45% of registered beds are within facilities incorporating converted accommodation. That figure is 70% in Shropshire. In terms of ensuite facilities, only 10 of those 71 homes have an ensuite bathing facility throughout every bedroom. Over 200 registered beds are within shared bedrooms. If we can now move to demand, if you don't mind, Madam, can I just clarify a point that's cropped up in the opening submissions of Mr. Richards? On paragraph 18, Mr. Richards stated In summary, the rates used by the appellant are not transparent. They date back to data gathered in 2012 or earlier. They do not take into account the expressed preferences for older people. If I may, Madam, may I refer you to Appendix 7 of my proof, page 50. That's the joint appendices of Mr. Donat and Mr. Newton-Taylor. There is a subsection headed Land Use on Methodology on page 50 of Appendix 7. Take each of those points raised within the opening individually. Transparency. There is a detailed breakdown of what the methodology represents and the percentages used. If I now approach the matter of data age, we heard in submissions that they date back to data gathered in 2012. If I refer you to paragraph 7.9, it quite clearly states that those prevalence rates date from March 2020. The final matter raised within that opening was that they do not reflect the preferences of older people. I won't dwell on this because as you've already pointed out, Madam, going into a nursing home or indeed dementia unit isn't a preference, it's a need.
We're going to do quite brief.
Yes, but can I just clarify another misunderstanding, please, ma'am, that came out in the opening? If I can refer to paragraph 17 of Mr. Richards' opening. Mr. Donat and Miss Donna and Mr. Newton-Taylor opine that the need to 2038 will be much greater. The inference being that by using methodology lacking transparency, which we know is wrong, by using data that is from 2012, which is wrong, we have arrived at a higher number. If I can refer you, please, to my proof 5.8. There is a graph there which helpfully sets out my assessment of demand for care home beds from 2020 through to 2035. Now, contrasting with the comment that I opine need to 2038 to be much greater, you will note from that graph that my actual assessment falls significantly below the council's assessment in the SHMA. In essence, Madam, my assessment reflecting the need for quality is that, dependent upon what methodology used for demand we use, we require an extra 937 to 1,507 ensuite bedrooms by 2025. That is reproduced in 7.3 of my proof. That doesn't just mean we need to develop those numbers, We need to develop those numbers and offset any attrition that is ongoing in the interim. Those are extra bed numbers.
Mr. Long? I should make this brief and short, because
Thank
obviously
you.
some of these are bursting questions.
Okay.
So-
Thank you, Madam.
And actually, before we start, can I just make sure that both barristers are aware that if they feel as if something's completely been missed, I don't mind them both sort of saying something's been missed, as long as you're both aware that you can have equal whatever with you.
Yeah, I mean, certainly, I think, given the nature of this inquiry, my view was I was leaving it predominantly to the
Yeah, I
experts.
mean, I'm very happy for you to do. I mean, that's what I'd like you to do, but I don't want you to go away and then say, "Oh, that's terrible. She never asked about this," or
Hold my head in my hands and say, why on earth didn't we debate this? Absolutely, we'll make sure that view's taken, but it's sort of in extremis, we'll step in.
yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Madam. So I'm going to say a few words about specialist housing for older people. We are talking about homes where people can continue to live independently, and in the case of what's being proposed here, with support and care on site 24/7. So a very brief word on the national context. Practice guidance tells us that there is a critical need for specialist housing for older people. Moreover, it's the government's explicit aim to boost the supply of specialist housing and increase the choices available to older people. And for reference, Appendix 2, Joint Appendix 2 of my proof of evidence on page 7, if you wish to read that in more detail, and page 10 and 11, where the government has very recently reiterated the need to increase supply and choice and so forth. In Shropshire, the supply and prevalence of specialist housing is below the national average. The supply and prevalence of extra care housing is below the national average. The supply and prevalence of market tenure extra care housing is below the national average. So in that national context, that national policy context, there is a critical need to increase supply now in Shropshire. And just for reference, the comparison between the national prevalence and the local prevalence is in CDU2, section 11, on page 54. I'm not going to dwell on how the council does things, other than to say, to argue as the council does, that there is no current need, simply doesn't stand up to scrutiny, and nor can it be reconciled with the local indicators of need, which I turn to now. 25% of Shropshire's population, that's over 82,000 people, are aged 65 and over. The majority, 76%, are owner-occupiers. They have chosen to be owner-occupiers. Of that 82,000, over 26,000 live alone. There is a propensity for loneliness, to be isolated physically and socially, and the risk of being prone to depression, anxiety, and a lack of mental well-being in that population that lives alone. Over 37,000 have a long-term limiting illness, which limits their day-to-day activities either a little or a lot. 15,000 are unable to manage at least one mobility activity on their own. 23,000 are unable to manage at least one domestic task. And then we're talking about important aspects of being able to live independently. And 23,000 are unable to manage at least one self-care task, which are basic to living independent lives. These numbers, the population and the various indicators of care and support needs, will double over the next 15 years. So, again, looking locally, it is unavoidable to conclude that in response to tens of thousands of older people with care and support needs, Shropshire's supply of extra care housing is 405 units, of which only 120 are market leasehold in this case. That is, there is no choice at all for someone who wants to remain living independently, who is currently an owner-occupier, who requires care and support. There is no choice at all for that population. That is why we say that is plainly not enough. That is why we say there is a current unmet need. And just finally, we turn to housing in later life and the provision rates therein and the method that they advocate to give us a reference point as to what provision should be. That is an entirely transparent document which sets out in a very clear and transparent way how need should be addressed. It sets modest targets for provision in the context at the time of publication of what was an emerging form of provision, extra care housing. But it is clearly relevant today, given the government's objective to increase supply, choice, and respond to people's preferences so that they can continue to live independently. So, in that context of thousands of residents needing some kind of care and support needs, we are advocating that the need now is for an additional 1,059 units. That is a very small proportion of those numbers who are in need and those numbers who are currently owner-occupiers. And let's think in terms of not just the care and support needs, but the many thousands living alone in homes that they cannot manage or access, that are unsuitable for them. In that context, extra care housing is manifestly part of the solution to making sure that older people are cared for and supported appropriately. And that is why we say there is political need. That is why we say there is an unmet need, and that is, in the context of the prevalence of owner occupation, 76%. We're simply saying that 2/3 of supply, so less than 76%, should be market housing, market extra care. So we are, we're not sticking to exactly the same rates. We're looking at the context. We're applying the rates of provision advocated by Housing in Later Life, and we are seeing a frankly modest increase in supply that resonates with the preference towards owner occupation and goes some small way to providing for people's needs who wish to continue to live independently in the way that they choose. That is it.
Very much. Still want to clarify. Yes, council said there's no need for me to make any about the extent of the need. Why is that?
I think this is obviously, it's sort of straight into the planning balance issue, if you like.
It is, but I'm, because then you say that both agree that there is a need, both in the current local plan and into the future.
Yeah.
Okay, so
So
are you saying now, as of today, there is no need, but in 2026, there will be?
the point we've made is at the base date for the assessment, we did not consider there was evidence of unmet need. But we calculated that there will be a need over the period of 2038. So moving forward, there is a need for more specialist housing. So that is the position that we documented in the statement of common ground. The reason that we concluded there was no need to make a judgment on need is because in the view of Mr. Hall, when he's applied the planning balance, his view was that based on the information before him, that the planning balance did in favour of approval of the scheme.
Okay.
But
I mean, parking, that's fine, if we can, because we'll do it
Can I assist?
potentially.
It's very important for understanding the council's case to understand what the council's done. Its starting point is the need assessed in the SHMAR. You know, SHMAR Part 2 was published in September 2020, and it is talking about a need with a base date of 2018. So that was the starting point. And the SHMAR projected forward need to 2038. Yeah, no, right. So that's the starting. If you then, what the council has then done is to, in effect, to project forward. If you want to know what the need is at any particular time between 2018 and 2038, you have to assume a linear progression between the need assessed at 2018 base date and the need assessed at 2038. And then you have to ask yourself, well, what's the supply be? Now, what the council's said is told you in its evidence that there have been a number of planning permissions granted up till now and a number of completions, which allows the council to forecast what the position will be in 2026.
That's, yes, perhaps. I would think I would prefer it if I asked Mr. Corden the questions, and then if at the end, to be fair to both of you, if either of you think that something's gone totally awry,
Okay.
I will give you that opportunity. But I'm just trying to clarify the whole issue of need now, because I'm making this decision now.
Yeah.
I'm not making it during the plan period. I'm making it now. And on the basis of the information that the council has put forward, I want to be crystal clear what that need is. Now, it may be that I'll disagree, or I may not disagree with the council's position. But I really want to be clear about the council's position. So
if I try and explain the process we've undertaken as succinctly as I can. So our view is that the assessment within the SHMAR is appropriate. We've identified a level of need over the period of 2038. It's not as straightforward as saying it's a linear projection of there's a need for this much provision between these two base dates, but that is a rough yardstick that you can utilise, if you like, for measuring delivery. And our view is that moving forward to 2026, there will be a need for more types of specialist housing, looking at the commitments that we've got specifically for sheltered retirement housing and bed spaces in residential and nursing homes, using that sort of rough yardstick of a linear trend, if you like. It's not as straightforward as that because obviously the makeup of the population is more complex than a linear growth, if you like. But that is a sort of rough indicator, if you like, of what the needs will be over the plan, over the proposed period of 2038. So our position, as I say, with regard to need is the same as it has always been there is a need over the period to 2038. We've always acknowledged that. And in the planning balance, that is recognised. Now, obviously, I don't want to stray into the strategy for meeting that need, because that's going to be for a separate session. But our position has always been that there is a need. But we draw a distinction between there being a need over the period to 2038 and there being unmet need, and that is, I guess that's the distinction.
Okay, so 2026 is, I would assume that's when you think that that might start being built, or
Well,
what's the relevance of 2026?
2026 is the end of the current plan period.
But it's also when we assume that planning permissions in the supply granted very recently will deliver, and it's when we are assuming that any planning permission.
Sorry, I'm asking Mr. Gordon.
Yeah, so the importance of 2026 is that first and foremost, it's the end date for the current plan period. And then, as Mr. Richards was suggesting, looking at delivery trends, our expectation is that the commitments that we've identified for specialist housing will be built out by 2026 and operational. And similarly, our expectation is that if this scheme was allowed, that it will be built out and delivering against need in 2026.
Right, okay. Can I now talk about the way that you kind of an open question in terms of prevalence rate? My understanding, and I'm completely wrong, so isn't it wonderful that you're going to have to tell me that I'm completely wrong now, rather than when I'm writing my decision letter. Prevalence rate is how many people per 1,000 people are in the housing or in a specialist care. Okay. If you use prevalence rates as a proxy for need, is that the council's approach?
Yes.
Right, okay. So, is there 900 people in a nursing home at the time you did your study? Your prevalence rate would be 90%.
No, the prevalence rate looks at the total population over 75.
Whatever it is, whatever it is. So in other words, when you're at 0.0, i.e. when you've done your study, surely by definition that need will have been satisfied because that need equates to what the population rate is.
So the way it's worked is we've looked at numbers of units rather than numbers of people occupying the units, identified how many units of specialist housing and how many units of care homes are available at the base date, and that is then calculated based on how many of the over 75 population that exists in Shropshire at that time does that accommodate.
Yeah.
And that gives us the existing prevalence rate. The population of over 75 is increasing over the period to 2038. So effectively, the prevalence rate, to maintain that level of prevalence in the population, it goes up. Because the population of over 75 is going up.
Because you have an X number of X percent of people need. The prevalence rate is fixed.
Yes.
But
And as the population over 75 increases.
Obviously, as it increases, then the number of units
That's correct, yes.
increases.
Yeah.
But if the prevalence rate is what is the norm, correct?
What do you mean by the norm? Sorry, it's what is present in Shropshire.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That is the norm for Shropshire.
Yeah.
Then there's no qualitative assessment as to whether that prevalence rate is actually appropriate or not.
Well, when I sort of introduced,
Is that right?
well, when I introduced the session, what I said is, when
I'm just trying to understand whether that's your assessment of what the prevalence rate is.
well, what we did when we identified the methodology to be used in the trial, when we considered whether that was the right way to do it, we looked at the information we had available to us. We looked at information on the existing population, and we did not see any evidence that there was unmet needs within that population. We equally looked at what the demographics were for Shropshire moving forward, and that indicated there would be a growth in need, but that growth in need was effectively proportionate to the increase in the over 75s in the population. We then considered things like the national methodology, which our approach is consistent with. We looked at our demographics and characteristics of Shropshire, and that's quite crucial actually, because obviously the appellants are advocating higher prevalence rates. The issue is that in an area like Shropshire, those higher rates aren't necessarily appropriate, because fundamentally you will have less people within specialist housing in a more rural area, because there isn't economies of scale within our rural settlements. So unless the strategy is to take people out of their existing communities, which is not the strategy that we employ in Shropshire, because we don't think it's right to suggest people should have to leave their existing communities where their existing support network is available. People in more rural areas are going to be less able to access, well, there will be less reliance on extra care to meet their needs because of the nature of the area within which they live.
Okay, thank you. I don't think, just, Mr. Donner.
Sorry, can I just say, prevalence is simply an expression of supply at a particular point in time. That's all it is. So it is, you know, the council, when they group together everything that goes in their category, extra care, supported living, it was 15 per 1,000 population age 75 and over. And that rate remains constant throughout the plan period. So their target is the current level of provision, or the level of provision that was prevalent at the time the SHMA was produced. So they're saying the prevalence in 2018 was sufficient to meet the needs of Shropshire. But
I don't need to.
So it's not a target as such, it's just a measure of prevalence.
Now leads me to my next question, which I know you both will be disagreeing with, but I'm probably going to set it out. My understanding is there's no, at the moment, older persons housing is a moving dynamic field. So is there any definitive forecasting method for setting out care needs? And we could just say yes or no, that'd be the easiest for me to be honest.
No.
There isn't. Is everyone agreed that there isn't a definitive method for defining how much need there is?
In terms of care homes, there are various accepted methodologies, but no one specific.
Topping and working.
That way, someone said yes.
But there is no there's no one that has come along and said, oh, this is the gold standard.
I mean, would it be helpful? I mean, the housing in later life document the appellant rely on. I mean, if I read page 10, when it talks about the model that they use, first and foremost, the third paragraph says there are a number of approaches to modelling future levels of need. So again, the document that they're relying on specifically acknowledges the different uses. And then in the second part of that paragraph, it says, however, none is definitive. So there's a specific reference to the fact that none are definitive. And then at the end, it says, a range of alternative models are available to the one that they presented. So I think it's very clear from the evidence that they've utilised that there is an acceptance that there is no definitive model for calculating future needs.
Okay, right, thank you.
So is it worth saying though that it is the only such guidance referenced by the latest guidance from the RTPI? So housing in later life is the only such guidance that they reference. I know that's not, you know, binding, but that's a fact. It has been endorsed at appeal and for plan making purposes. The use of the existing prevalence has been explicitly rejected in those circumstances. But I accept there is sadly no standard method, if you like.
Just to follow on from that, I just reiterate the fact that whilst guidance refers to the housing in later life document, the housing in later life document itself says that there is no definitive methodology.
Yeah. I mean, and that's my question was, is there any?
No.
And everyone agreed that there isn't. So I think everyone agrees that there is no definitive.
Yes.
Okay. So it's just a question of what's the more plausible, isn't it? And that's really where it comes down to.
Sorry, just to clarify, there's of course the care home assessment wasn't done on the housing in later life basis, it was done on land lease on. And within that methodology section, there's reference to appeal decisions.
Yeah, I said, I've read everybody's documents. Okay. Just a general question, and it's one that actually hasn't been raised in anybody's evidence. And it's for primarily Mr. Donna. You've referenced about Senescura, how is it a New Zealand company? The lifetime, you know, the people who are going to actually manage the.
Have I referenced that? Okay, yes.
It's New Zealand, I don't just know about New Zealand, how this model of extra care and, you know, sort of seamless move from extra care to post care to nursing home, all these abilities is a popular model in New Zealand and Australia and in America. Is that correct?
I don't think I've referenced that.
Somebody definitely has. It might be in the planning statement. Definitely.
Madam, it came up in third party comments and it was reference to life care residents.
I'll be grateful for some double check. Any reference.
I'm sure I've read those references as well. I can't recall where they were, Mom, but I'm sure I've read them as well.
We could probably do a word search as we've got all the proofs electronically.
Okay. If somebody wants to.
New Zealand is often put forward as a country that, you know, has a much higher incidence of housing and care retirement communities, but
Madam, I think my client has something that might be helpful to contribute. Is that okay? Just on that question.
I can answer your question.
Where it came from in the proof. I mean, where it came from, because I definitely have read it somewhere.
You're absolutely right, Madam. Life Care is our proposed partner, Senescura and Life Care. Life Care are a proven, experienced, long-term operator. They originate in New Zealand.
Okay, thank you. That's all I wanted to know.
That's it.
Thank you. Okay, so it then leads me to.
So it's just to be very clear, originates in New Zealand, but it's a UK based company and they've got a track record in the UK.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sorry, if I can help, Mom, I believe it's Richard Shaw's proof that refers to Australia and New Zealand.
Because I've just done the word search on all the proofs.
And he's been
Mr.
desperate
Shaw
to speak.
is a guilty man.
No, he's not. He's been desperate to speak and I told him not to.
Okay, right. So I was right, wasn't going mad. It's a question for the specialist, not for Mr. Shaw, because Mr. Shaw, I'm sure, knows a lot about everything, but he may not necessarily be a total specialist on this form of housing. But if you want to, I mean, obviously I'm willing to accept what you are as well. It just seems to me that that model, what's the European model? Or is there a European model for this type of housing?
the European model is or the UK model is moving towards integrated retirement.
Yeah, no, but I'm asking what's the European model? Do you know if there is a European model?
Yeah. I mean, our view is that if it helps, Mom, is that what we see on the continent is multi-generational households where care is provided within family units, within the community.
Okay, so I did say that it was, I was asking a kind of a question which hasn't actually been raised in the evidence, but it was just a query in terms of, you know, how.
Integrated retirement communities are common across Europe, United States, New Zealand, Australia, and are increasingly being delivered in the UK.
But I suppose the issue is that those kind of New Zealand, Australia, and America are places which have got a little bit more land than the UK. But that's a, I'm parking that, which perhaps Mr. Shaw. Because it may be a question of where it's lived, but we'll discuss that with Mr. Shaw. I just wanted to clarify, and thank you for just thank you for bringing it down. What the word was, because I knew I had.
Page 68, Mr. Shaw. Right, can I look for some agreement
There have been various economic benefits accrued to having people in C2 care in terms of getting back from hospital more quickly, etc., etc. Does everybody agree that that's the case?
Yeah, verify the cost of that. I think there's a lot of sort of do this daily, unfortunately, involved with discharges from hospital, and actually they're far more. And I think a development of this size not really going to have a huge impact on our, you know, on our health system in terms of really supporting discharge. And it's not, you know, that would be my view on it. I know it's been raised and it's been linked to a lack of care home provision in the community. I agree with that. As I said, there's a lot of complexities in terms of how a discharge will happen. Whether, you know, and those delays are not to do with lack of capacity in care homes. It will be decision making, it will be workforce, it will be complexity of individuals. So I just don't think I wholeheartedly agree.
Thank you.
If I could just refer to Appendix 11 of our proof. That includes data from the NHS in terms of delayed transfers of care. The last, or the most recent full calendar year for which they actually were able to provide data was 2019, because obviously following that, all staff got transferred onto more COVID-based structures. So I've identified in Appendix 11 there, which is page 61, the data in respect of the NHS kindly categorise the reasons for delayed transfer of care, and delayed transfer of care category D includes, and I quote, all patients whose assessment is complete but transfer is delayed due to awaiting nursing stroke residential home placement. Because
page 62.
61, 11.3. Because of lack of availability of a suitable place to meet their assessed care needs. And during the calendar year 2019, which as I say is the most recent available, there were 700 delays across the county for that reason. Of which 552 were waiting for nursing homes, and of course the application is for a nursing home.
Madam, Appendix 2 of the same appendices on page 12 and 13, there is a reference to two reports.
Can I just come back? No, can you just wait?
That's the first on page 12, which is also at CD 3.9, health and social care costs benefits of housing for older people, and it focuses particularly on extra care housing, and at 2.34, the benefits they outline include reduced visits to GP, reduced community nurse visits, reduced number of ambulance call outs, shorter unplanned hospital stays, reduced frequencies of unplanned admissions, etc. And then at 2.36, the second report, which is the extra care charitable trust research report, which is the Aston Research Centre at Aston University and Lancaster University, and they reach conclusions about the growth over the 5-year period since moving in. So this is moving into an extra care development. So this is very much about the effects of a development. Significant improvements can be found in extra care residents' health and well-being, etc. And then it goes down to quote the fact that at the final sentence, further extra care residents have changed the way in which they use healthcare resources. And you note that there is a cost saving to the NHS of just under £2,000 per person. What they're driving at there is, of course, care and support needs to be met in those settings, and therefore they are not calling on resources of the NHS. and this is therefore an efficient way of addressing their needs in a timely fashion.
Acceptance and suspension of permissions,
Sorry, is everyone able to hear us?
speaking such as extra care, it's got a place.
Can you hear now?
Sorry, can I jump in? But in the delays that you described in terms of the care homes, it's not necessarily a capacity issue. It's to do with decision making of the said care homes in relation to, so those bed delays are a lot to do with decision making at that time. So we have multiple conversations with different homes about whether they can accept, the individual based upon their assessed needs. There will be delays in terms of assessment. So it's not necessarily a capacity issue. That's just to make that point.
I wasn't entirely sure. I heard
Sorry, I didn't hear the first.
that's exactly what I was about to ask to
I didn't
Hencote.
hear the first point. Sorry.
The evidence the acceptance is around that actually extra care can support and prevention of admissions to the hospital, because you've got somebody on site. Falls are frequent, we know that, so I accept that at that point. What I don't accept is the actual number of delays in relation to care homes that are down to a capacity issue necessarily. They are other issues that will, family will come into play. There will, while somebody might be assessed as as needing a care home, should I say, they may not want to go into a care home. So a lot of the delays will be conversations with the family about that. It's not a simple issue. It's much more complex than that.
My understanding is relating to delay from sending people home from hospital.
And that's what I'm not asking. There's two issues. One used to get, we talked about the delays. Those talking about, I can't remember what the figures were in terms of the delays from hospital into to get, discharges. And then there was discussion around the benefits of the extra care scheme in terms of prevention of admissions.
But I think I may be getting it wrong, but my understanding is that if you are in an extra care, if you're in a home, if you're living at home and then you fell over, go to an extra care home. It's if you're in an extra care home and something that is an issue, you find yourself back in the hospital. Then you're seen as really go back into the extra care. I think that's this argument that's been put. That's the issue about this £2,000, isn't it?
Yes, so shorter unplanned hospital stays and reduced frequency of admissions, both because there is somewhere suitable for that person to be returned to, and because the care and support on site means that they're less likely to be left unsupported, and those issues can be dealt with or are prevented in the first place. The issues that might lead to an unplanned admission are prevented in the first place, hence the reduction in those unplanned visits, and stays in hospital are shorter because the accommodation you're going back to has care and support on site and is designed so that it is suitable for people with care and support needs, as opposed to perhaps someone who's living alone in a house that has stairs to navigate and narrow doorways and all the rest of it, where they would have to think more carefully about where that person should go.
Just on that, by that logic, of course, the same would apply to a person that's had the care package set up in their own property, because the property would already be adapted to meet their needs more effectively. So
I understand that. I mean, I don't want to go too down this rabbit hole, but I just wanted to clarify that this, in terms of this study that's been done by Lancaster University and Aston Research Centre, Shropshire hasn't got any evidence to suggest that it's wrong.
No, I don't think we are attempting to suggest it's wrong either. I think we acknowledge there are benefits of an extra care scheme.
Okay, so that was my, if I remember, so 20 minutes ago, my initial question was, does everyone agree that the extra care scheme can save the NHS people money in terms of?
I think we agree that is one way.
Right, okay, thank you.
Yes.
Right, thank you.
It's not the only way, but it is one way.
Yeah, yes, exactly. And that was my question. It wasn't, is it the only way? Yeah. Thank you. those. My next, that you're pleased to know, I'm going to stop now. I'm sure everyone wants a cup of coffee. In terms of the 2026 figure, which we have in your statement of common ground. The third statement of common ground on the need for specialist housing for older people.
I don't think we have a specific figure as at 2026.
No, I'm just talking about the date.
Oh, sorry, yes, okay.
The date.
Yeah.
Sorry, the date of 2026. No one is assuming that this development where to go ahead could be delivered prior to then.
I think, given lead-in times, I think it would be unlikely that the scheme could be built before 2026.
Right, thank you.
I mean, the other party may have a different view, but based on my experience in Shropshire, I think that would be unlikely.
Okay.
If it helps, madam, that's exactly congruent with my instructions, i.e. we anticipate in the event the appeal is allowed, we would anticipate, based upon the Gantt diagrams behind the scenes, that there would be completion end of 2025 with opening in 2026. So that's absolutely right.
Okay, right, okay. On that basis, then, and you've said in your statement of common, well, the council has said, there's a need for additional plan permission for sheltered retirement housing units, bed spaces in residential or nursing homes. You haven't said that there's a specific need for extra care.
That's correct. Our view is that based on the sort of rough linear trend that we referred to earlier, which we've used as a yardstick, based on current commitments, we feel that there's sufficient commitments for extra care as at 2026, but obviously there is a need for more provision beyond that period.
But you said sheltered retirement housing units.
Yeah, so we within the SHMAR, we break the need down into 3 categories, which is based on the level of care available. So sheltered retirement housing is one category, extra care and supported living is the second category, and then residential nursing homes is the third category. So looking across those 3 categories, our view is that there is need up to 2026 for 2 of them, but we're on track, if you like, for the middle category. But there is still need post 2026 between that period of 2038.
Okay. So would you say that the sheltered retirement housing units are C2 or C3?
I mean, I would suggest that it's not as straightforward as saying one type of care home, one type of care provision equates to a specific use class. And I think the MPPG specifically recognises that. So if I refer to, if I can find it, so paragraph 14 of the MPPG on so housing needs for older people. When determining whether a development for specialist housing for older people falls within C2 or C3 use class, consideration could, for example, be given to the level of care and scale of communal facility provided. I would suggest that quite a lot of sheltered and retirement housing would be use class C3, but it's not as definitive as saying because it's that class, it's because it's that type of development, it's use class C3 or C2. A judgment needs to be made on a case-by-case basis. And obviously, with regards to this particular development, on reflection, our view is that it's a C2 use class across the entirety of the scheme, based on
Okay, so I'm just trying to get my head around whether you think there is a need for extra care housing as per this scheme.
Our view is there is over the period of 2038.
No, in 2026.
Our view is that we're on track for meeting the extra care needs as of 2026, but there will be a need for it moving forward.
Right, okay, I'm still not 100% clear, but perhaps Mr. in your closing, you can try and
Makes it crystal clear.
clear one way or the other, please,
Yeah.
because at the moment I'm not necessarily clear in respect of that. Mr. Tucker.
I'm not sure whether you were inviting my comment or not. That's
No, you were looking at me and I was looking at you because you were looking at me. So
I only spoke because you said the words Mr. Tucker. I wasn't going to interrupt at all.
Right.
It's whether you were looking for assistance from
No,
the bar
no,
or
no,
you were
no,
saying
So,
deal with that closing.
yeah, so in other words, there's a moot point whether there is a need for extra care housing as of 2026 on the basis that the definition of extra care housing, i.e. C2 housing in 2026, on the basis that the sheltered and retirement housing sometimes veers into C2. Is that what you're saying?
No, it's not as straightforward as that, because again, extra care housing could be used class C2 or C3. It's dependent on the nature of the specific scheme. Based on the scheme before us and the information available, our judgment is that it's a C2 development, but it's not. The MPPG specifically doesn't indicate that if it's this type of specialist accommodation, then it's this use class. It's whether your views on whether it should do or not, it simply doesn't. It's not as straightforward as that.
Yeah, I know, but my issue is that you said that there's a need in 2026 for shelter and retirement housing.
Yeah.
I know that retirement housing obviously doesn't have elements of need in it. Sheltered housing, I mean, it can be age restricted 55 or whatever. You know, there's so many nuances. The problem is we haven't really got.
It's a level of care that
a
distinguishes between them. I would suggest that they will have care. It's just not at the same level as more intensive care facilities. It may be something like a warden facility, which is obviously available there for people that need that sort of facility. So it is meeting a need, but it's a different point of the spectrum, if you like.
Okay, right, Mr. Don.
Sorry, sheltered housing doesn't have a warden. That's long gone. You know, a care alarm perhaps, and perhaps a common lounge, but no care and support available on site at all. I think so. So I think that needs to be absolutely clear. I would just, I don't want to drag this out. I would, Madam, just draw your attention to Appendix 5 of our proof of evidence joint appendices, where we set out the pipeline of specialist housing supply. And it is simply to draw attention to the fact that there is only one type of extra care that is currently guaranteed in the pipeline, and that's affordable. And the council, I think, has unhelpfully grouped within its category of extra care supportive housing types of housing that are not extra care. That comes from the SHMAR. So actually, no guarantee of any extra care coming forward based on their approach to prevalence.
But just on that point, I would say that as per the statement of common ground, the categories in the SHMAR were identified to reflect the categories within the National Plan of Practice Guidance.
Just in terms of tenure, my understanding is that the council's tenure blind is that.
Within the assessments in the SHMAR, it doesn't distinguish between the SHMAR and
in terms of the fact that my understanding is that this development is in the on the highest scale of costs for the. I mean, that's has been the assumption that seems to be put through. So I would like to clarify: is that the case in terms of how much it costs in terms of?
I don't think any of that's been determined, but
Okay. So my question then is, what proportion? An argument has been raised that people come out of Shropshire to sort of come to Hencote. Is there? I mean, it's a national. I mean, obviously you can move wherever you want in the. Don't you?
most people who move to retirement communities have a local connection of some sort or another. That is just the way of it.
So it's intended to serve.
And on our assessment, there is a significant need for market extra care housing. And so actually, at the moment, there's no choice in Shropshire, and you stay where you are, or you leave Shropshire. So actually, we're providing, in our view, therefore the supply needs to be increased so that people who live in Shropshire, 76% over 65 being owner occupiers, have the choice to live in extra care in Shropshire. That's as far as the need assessment takes us.
And in terms of the nursing dementia units, all I would say, two points basically. Circa 50% of nursing home residents are self-funding anyway across the country, broadly speaking. So half of the market is going to be private anyway. And secondly, we don't know what fees will be set. That's the operator. It's not, from my perspective, a planning aspect. But there would be no reason why they would differentiate between privately funded and local authority funded if the local authority funded will pay the relevant fee. There would be no bar on specific individuals.
Lastly, I said last week, a minister. I was going to ask, in terms of the need for the extra, between extra care and close care and the nursing home, how would you define that need if I was to say acute, medium, or it's nice to have?
Well, my understanding is that close care is effectively a type of extra care in any event. So there's two categories of housing proposed on the site. I think that's what the proof specifically says.
In this development, it's extra care plus, if you like.
Okay, so let's differentiate between extra care and nursing. So in terms of as of now, what, Mr. Corbyn, how do you describe it? If I talk about it, if you give the parameters on, if there's a need, it's nice to have kind of thing, a medium need or an acute need.
He talking about the date of opening of the unit in 2026. Yes, sorry.
It's quite a difficult question to answer that, to be honest.
It's quite fundamental to my deliberations, so I'd like the answer.
Yeah, well, as we've documented in the joint statement of common ground with regards to the extra care, our position is that we're on track to meet that need out of that 2026, but there is a need moving forward, so that would be a nice to have. In terms of the care homes, our indication is that there will be a need, but without wanting to stray to the strategy side of things, because we do have a strategy for meeting our needs within the adopted plan. So again, I suppose you could classify that in this instance as if there is a need there, and we have a strategy for meeting the needs.
Is it medium or
Donation.
no, I'm asking.
Well, we have identified the fact that there is a need for it. We have a strategy for meeting the need. That need does need to be met. So I suggest it's a medium need. It's not.
Okay, that's fine. It's fine. I mean, we're obviously, I'm going to go away.
Yeah, and you have your own views, of course.
And I just wanted to get an answer. Taylor.
Just purely looking at the care home, the nursing and dementia home facility. If we utilise the SHMAR level of demand, and we also base supply upon ensuite bedrooms for single occupancy in line with other appeal decisions, then we will find ourselves with a shortfall of over 1,500 ensuite bedrooms by 2025. I would class that as an acute shortfall.
Donna?
Acute need now, madam.
Right, okay. Obviously, I can agree or disagree. Any of these issues, but it's just very helpful.
Can I just add one thing more? Sorry, just with regards to ensuite provision, obviously, the council disagrees that.
Yeah, I know, I've read your proof.
I'll take it as well,
Yeah, okay. As I said, I don't want the barristers to come back and
I'm,
so to speak.
I'm happy that all the points have been ventilated. My only question was whether or not you were going to ask any third parties if they had any questions, mindful of the other round tables.
Richard?
No, I've got nothing I can usefully add at this stage. You've got the outer extremities of the need case that's in the room. I don't know whether anybody else sits in them, any of the third parties, where they sit. They haven't given any particular evidence about this issue.
I wasn't intending to ask Mr. Jeffcott at this point because you haven't actually referenced the need, have you? But I mean, I know there's been discussion about whether it's a commercial enterprise or what have you, but I don't think that's necessarily relevant to issue about the need. But no one thinks that. Let's ask the relevant questions or relevant questions on it.
Far from it.
Within that. Okay. Right. I would like to adjourn now. That is at 11:41. Adjourn now. Resume at 12. When we resume, I'd like Mr. Deneen could give your little statement then. That'll be, well, I don't know why I say little, it could be very long. I'd like it to be little. Your statement is obviously pertinent and pithy. Good. Thank you.
And would you like the planners to set up shop during the 20 minutes? Yeah.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you.
Thank you, Richard.
Thank you. it's 12 noon and I'd like to resume the inquiry. Mr. Janine, would you mind coming up front? That would be most helpful. Mr. Richards told me that he'll very kindly lend you his microphone so you can be heard by everybody.
Yes, I'll turn it on for you.
Thanks very much. It'd be very helpful if you could just, you don't have to read it out because it's, we've got a copy of it in front of us. But if you'd just like to make the statement. I don't know whether you were here on the first day.
No, it wasn't.
Right. On the first day, I would say when bacon, everyone can, but the weight that I can give to the evidence, in other words to what you're saying, grate it if you're willing to answer. And the advantage of that is that you can then ask some put with that when the planning witnesses are having their discussion. But I'm asking them just as well. But it's up. Would you give those questions? Yeah, that's great. And also just be aware that if you think, I will put your name on the list because I have to say you have to know who's spoken. Okay. Right, well, thank you very much. It's all yours.
Thank you, Madam Inspector. As I've said in the notes there, I speak on behalf of Trophy Civic Society. I'm the chairman. We are based in Shrewsbury, by its name, and our concern is primarily with the making Shrewsbury to be a very nice place to live in, to maintain that. Something that we work towards assiduously. We have already an objection into application, and briefly it was concentrated on particular areas, which I've detailed in my statement there. The one that's of greater concern to us, though, is the one concerning the visual aspect of the buildings erected. It was apparent yesterday, because it was information that we were seeking before, but what is the height of these buildings? That came out yesterday. Towards the bottom of the development, there was going to be a building which was set up to 14.5 metres high, which in English is 47 foot, not far away that there actually. And in addition to that, there was a building on the top, which is going to be something near, there's it 12.65 metres high, it was up to, which is near 4 feet high. This is going to be significant to look at. It's looking towards Hencote Hill from the Hencote when you go to looking towards it from the town is a very, very pleasant aspect. This is not only to be a pleasant aspect, this is something that is going to be covered in buildings, and the ridge of the hill is going to have this building on the top, which is going to detract considerably from the view from the town and from. It was a concern to us that we could not get this information from the all the documents stated one-dimensional aspects, and there were some accompanying photographs of some buildings saying this is what it would look like, but we felt that because it might look like everybody's going to look. We now know from the height of the nation yesterday, much better idea of what it is, and that is a considerable concern to the buildings taken altogether are, in our view, and I've used treating those very carefully. Bearing in mind this is a commercial. In fact, residential family around. It's been built. And in our view, collectively, this is going to be a lot on the landscape. Very attractive. Thank you.
Very much. Helpful. I don't really. Questions. Well, I do have a question to ask. I see your vacancy what's your role? You're the chair. Okay. So obviously you're allowed to speak on this their behalf. Thank you very much. Anyone else wish to raise?
I've got no questions. Obviously, appreciate we take issue with what the witness has to say based upon the evidence of Ms Bishop, but I've got no questions for clarification. Thank you.
Thank you. Richard, that's you. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
I'd now like to put the planning which is really the issue the balance. We'll use the same approach as previously. I'm sure you could start. Or Mr. Davenport likes to introduce you. Mr. introduce you. Mr. Richards introduce. Well, we don't introduce you. You'd introduce Mr. Hall because we've
Yes.
seen him before. Well, not here anyway. Other witness. And then we'll have the.
So, shall I start off with Mr Shaw?
Yeah.
Mr Shaw, just to introduce you from page 1 of your proof of evidence, are you Richard James Shaw? Do you hold a degree in town and country planning and a postgraduate diploma in urban design? Are you a member of the RTPI?
Yes, I am.
Are you a director of Savills with over 40 years of experience in the planning profession in both public and private sector, which you set out in a little bit more detail? And do you set out that essentially you bring matters together by providing evidence on the planning balance, policy matters, strategy, etc. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And at paragraph 1.7, do you set out your mandatory declaration of truth?
Yes.
And at page 68, do you reference the antipodes that you can explain in due course and answer the Madam Inspector's questions?
Yes, I'm happy to do that.
You're quite softly spoken, Mr Shaw, so even though you're going to be facing Madam Inspector, don't fear about shouting her, because people at the back need to hear you.
Okay, thank you.
So just reference the antipodes was what, sorry?
The reference that Mr Richards kindly cross-referred to on page 68 of my proof is actually a quote from Professor Les Mayhew. I was simply incorporating a comment that he made where he was suggesting following extensive research.
Well, hold on.
Richards up, so I'm going to tell you, I think let's introduce him.
I am. Sorry, I was just asking him to repeat what he just said for the benefit of others. I wasn't expecting the witness to start telling me what it was. I was just identifying what it was. Certainly not asking you to give evidence, Mr Shaw. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Mr Hall, I'm just going to introduce you. I've learnt my lesson. In section 1 of your proof, you tell us you're Kelvin Hall and that you hold a Bachelor of Science honours degree in Environmental Science and a postgraduate diploma in Town Planning. That's right. And you tell us that you're a Principal Planning Officer for Shropshire Council, a post you've held since January 2020. And that you're a chartered member of the Royal Town Planning Institute and have been since 1995. And in your proof of evidence, you tell us that the paragraph 1.6, that the evidence that you have put in your proof of evidence and that you will now give to this inquiry is your professional opinion and is given in accordance with the Code of Conduct of the Royal Town Planning Institute.
Correct.
Yeah. And I think the only other thing to as by way of introduction is to clarify that you were the author of the officer's delegated report And you have been the case officer for this appeal proposal and for the parallel application that has yet to be determined.
Correct.
Good. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It would be helpful if Mr. Shaw was picking things up. Or with
It's entirely your choice, madam.
Yeah.
Mr. Shaw, would you like to kick off? And this,
not
imagine-
that, sorry,
No.
I'm very northern, isn't it? But if you'd just like to start.
I understood the terminology perfectly, madam. I'll kick off. This my way of summary, madam. The Hencote application is not an uninformed speculative proposal. It is a carefully assembled development prepared by an experienced team jointly with an established operator, Life Care Residences, and I'll refer to their antipodean links later. In response to an identified national need, it reflected the even greater local need in Shropshire with its higher elderly demographic and its compelling need for several types of accommodation with care. Hencote, as you've seen, responds by delivering 4 key areas of need within a specialised, graduated, integrated care development. The accommodation and the range of supporting facilities reflect government advice, in particular NPPF and most particularly PPG, that's ID 63, in which, as you know, the need to provide older persons housing is regarded as critical. That's the only development category that I'm aware of which is afforded that level of significance. PPG continues to say that whereas there is an identified unmet need for specialised housing, local authorities should take a positive approach to schemes that address this need. And as you know, Madam, that has been reinforced further by the changes just before Christmas, or consultation changes on the MPPA, in which housing with care and care homes are identified as a specific need group. And that's the terminology used to be assessed and reflected in policy. The development concept for Hencote is bespoke. It has been evolved specifically in response to the site's characteristics and location, as well as the locally assessed need. The range of accommodation required to address that need and the experience of Life Care Residences and other operators across the UK, supported by an experienced consultancy team in this sector. Hencote is a specialised use and a specialised operation. 4 categories of accommodation delivered on one site with a comprehensive range of on-site care, high level of support, facilities and amenities. In line with the operational management plan and the entry-level care assessment, the operation and the facilities provided will be bound within the stringent unilateral undertaking. Our approach in preparing the application entailed diligent site assessment, assessing all relevant technical and environmental matters, landscape and visual, topography, ecology was assessed over a 12-month season, drainage, ground conditions, archaeology, heritage, accessibility, transport, site location and sustainability. The site is suitable for the development proposed. Experience across the UK shows that most such developments take place on sites that are not allocated. They're usually located on the edge of settlements, and the reasons for this include the fact that, as in Shropshire, many development plans do not yet address the need either by allocating sites or setting out a criteria-based approach. As a result, sites on the edges of settlements have been allowed as appeal or approved by LPAs where need has been recognised as outweighing other policy constraints. Indeed, in many cases, policy constraints such as Greenbelt, AONB, heritage or other policies far stronger than those affecting this site have been overridden by the strength of the need. Shropshire's planning approach relies on an outmoded and inappropriate assessment of need and an expectation for specialist care accommodation to be delivered within sites allocated for general housing. Now, housing sites do not get developed for specialist care accommodation, and that is for a number of reasons. The principal of these is that housing land values exceed those for accommodation with care. And the reason for that is that the financial model is simpler, shorter and more profitable for housing. With housing, you buy the land, you build the houses, you sell them. With specialist care accommodation, significant upfront investment is needed. It is long-term, it necessitates a range of supporting facilities being established, and the use requires ongoing staffing and operation. With the care model, the payback on the investment is therefore slow and long-term. It cannot compete with housing land value. This is reflected in numerous independent studies, and it's uncontested in various appeal decisions, including several of those appended to my proof. That is why Shropshire's current and proposed policies, expecting specialist developments with care to happen within general housing sites, have not and will not deliver. There is a lack of choice in Shropshire, partly due to planning policy, but I think also partially driven by the council's adherence to their home first or care in the home approach. They're delivering care to elderly persons in their house. Whilst delivery care to the home is commendable and no doubt suitable for many people, it is not an exclusive solution for all, and the council's reliance on this approach denies the elderly in Shropshire the choice. In particular, the choice of moving when circumstances prevail into market extra care and close care accommodation where they can be self-funding. The council's approach should instead be pursued jointly with a range and choice of other solutions, as government requires quite specifically. Indeed, extra care and close care are a form of care in the home or home first, but self-funded, not at public cost, and in a community as well. Feedback from occupiers is very clearly that these communities are assisting people's well-being other than their health. Hencote delivers a more enhanced care at home approach within a bespoke community, which not only recognises the council's aspirational community, but also delivers significant economies and efficiencies of scale, and this is environmentally non-sustainable. And what I mean by that is the distribution of people in individual homes spread out, particularly in a rural county, in terms of a lot of care journeys, sometimes by 3 or 4 different support people each day. With a community such as this, it is all based in one location and efficiently provided. Section 6 of my evidence addresses the suitability of this site for a continuing care community. Its location on the edge of Shrewsbury, Shropshire's main town and the key focus for growth, adjoining the defined settlement edge and on a radial route into the centre, adjacent to a site that the council has itself proposed in the emerging local plan for a 450 home urban extension, demonstrates the suitability and sustainability of this location. The detailed environmental analyses that have been undertaken for this development have shown that all relevant identified issues can be adequately addressed in a manner that is not only acceptable, but generates a number of benefits, including 30% biodiversity net gain, whilst delivering necessary accommodation and care to meet the specific Shropshire needs. My section 13 in my proof addressed sustainable development considerations, and the development demonstrably delivers a range of very significant economic, social and environmental benefits as listed. Major inward investment will be attracted 155 full-time equivalent jobs and updraft into the local economy, support for social care at a time when the council's budget is stretched, taking pressure off the equally stretched NHS, and delivering improved health and well-being for the occupiers. I address the current development plan policies in Chapter 8 and show how Hencote complies with many of the policies quoted in the reasons for refusal, and also complies with a range of other important policies not referenced by the council. The Planning Authority now considers that the planning balance lies in favour of the appeal and in approving the development. The decision takes account of all the factors referred to in the appellant's evidence. It accepts the need for the development and takes account of the additional benefits that are delivered by contribution towards off-site affordable housing accommodation, including for local care workers. This is directly related to the development, legally and procedurally acceptable, and meets the SIL test. On nursing home accommodation, there's clearly both a quantitative and most explicitly a qualitative requirement. Many current units falling below contemporary requirements, as you heard from Mr. Newton-Taylor. And I endorse this approach on this matter for the elderly in need of the most serious levels of care, including for dementia care. The benefits of providing the type and range of accommodation in this application include improved health, care, support, lifestyle and well-being for the occupiers, less hospital and GP visits, freeing up under-occupied family-sized homes, a factor that's recognised by government, reducing the burgeoning social and healthcare costs. All of them are recognised in current government advice as important and increasing. Hencote represents up-to-date thinking and reflects current operational standards in the care sector. The range, type and mix of units proposed is based on an understanding of the market nationally and on a specific assessment of Shropshire's needs, undertaken by experienced professionals and the national operator in the field. There is a compelling need for more contemporary fit-for-purpose extra care, close care, nursing home and dementia care accommodation, as evidenced by Mr. Donner and Mr. Newton-Taylor, which powerfully demonstrates that the need is now and the need is urgent, and it increases when projected into the future, using the methodology accepted by inspectors in an increasing number of appeal decisions. The Council's approach to assessing extra care need is based on an outdated prevalence rate of circa 15.
Oh, I didn't need to know about.
No, I should leave that.
I mean, I do need to know about me.
Yeah, don't need to hear it twice.
Yeah.
No, it's so good that you could hear it twice, but
Thank you.
The Planning Authority offers no alternatives for the range of specialist elderly persons accommodation with care as proposed at Hencote. If Hencote is not approved and developed, there are no other similarly effective proposals to deliver the necessary facilities to meet the identified needs. The inclusion of the contribution, in my view, Madam, now adds significant further weight to the already compelling planning balance in support of this proposal. And if you accept Mr. Donner and Mr. Newton-Taylor's assessment, then my belief is that the planning balance lies very firmly in favour of supporting this development. If, Madam, you do not accept Mr. Donner's and Mr. Newton-Taylor's assessment of need, and you consider Mr. Corden's approach to be acceptable, it seems to me that there is a clear need accepted for an appeal which, if approved, will be delivering by 2026. In other words, the end of the local plan period, as you discussed a moment ago. And that the need going forward will increase, as agreed by Mr. Corden, and Hencote will also assist with that need.
Thank you very much.
I've got one more paragraph.
If you could just sort of praise it.
Okay, yeah. The benefits outweigh policy harm in the development plan, which in terms of its addressing elderly accommodation is out of date. It will not prejudice the emerging local plan, and I respectfully consider that the appeal development should be approved.
Okay, thank you very much. You were champing at the bit to talk about policy earlier.
Yeah.
Now's your chance, very brief, but if you can just set it out.
Yeah, I'll just very quickly go through the policy position. So obviously national legislation specifies that planning applications must be determined in accordance with the development plan unless material considerations indicate otherwise. Crucial point, the adopted development plan is intended to be read and applied as a whole. So I know Mr. Shaw makes reference to the fact that the scheme complies with many of the policies, but the plan is intended to be read and applied as a whole. In terms of the conformity with the adopted development plan, the strategy for Shrewsbury is documented within policy CS2 of the core strategy and policy S16 of the Sandev plan. Together, they identify the strategy for delivery within Shrewsbury and identify the role of the town within the wider strategy for Shropshire. In terms of what policy S16.1 specifies, it's quite clear that appropriate development and redevelopment that accords with the strategy will be encouraged on suitable sites within the current development boundary, which is identified on the policy map. So my view is that the the policy is very clear that the strategy for meeting need in Shrewsbury is within the development boundary itself. The site is outside the development boundary for Shrewsbury, and as such, I consider it to be in the countryside for planning policy purposes. The most relevant policies in such a location are CS5 and MD7A. Sorry, CS5 of the core strategy and MD7A, the standard plan. The role and purpose of these policies is to establish what forms of development are appropriate in the countryside, and it advocates strict control in order to support the wider local plan strategy and the aspirations and intentions of other policies within the plan. The policies do recognise that there are forms of development are appropriate within the rural area, which is a significant component of structure, but in the context of housing development, this is limited to affordable housing and conversions. As the appeal scheme does not constitute either of those forms of development, I don't consider that it conforms with those policy requirements. Just on that note, I know there is some dispute as to whether the development constitute housing, but I think that is well documented in my proof why I consider it to be housing. And for instance, I point to the fact that the MPPG, which is heavily relied upon by the appellants, is specifically called housing for all the people and disabled people. I think it's quite clear that nationally this is recognised as a form of housing, irrespective of whether it's a use class C2 or C3. It is still housing development, and as such, housing policies apply. I think that's quite an important principle. And I also point out the fact that the relevant components of the MPPF that are referenced in terms of meeting needs are also. So I think that's a fundamental. But again, I won't repeat what's in my proof. In terms of the strategy for meeting need, I know there's a suggestion that there isn't a strategy for meeting the plan, and that's something I object to. There's a number of references within the introduction to the core strategy about the needs of our demographics and our ageing profile, and I think that's reflected within the policies of the plan. Most particularly policy CS11 of the core strategy, which contains the overarching strategy for meeting the diverse housing needs of Shropshire's residents, now and in the future. And of course, that does include older people. And the strategy within CS11 itself specifically includes seeking to ensure that all housing developments are designed to be capable of adaptation to accommodate lifestyle changes, including the needs of elderly people and people with disabilities, and to achieve a lifetime home standard. That is seeking to facilitate a home first care approach, in effect, by having adaptable housing. Policy also specifically includes supporting the provision of housing to vulnerable people and specialist housing provision, including nursing homes, residential and extra care facilities in appropriate locations and where there is an identified need. So again, to suggest that the local plan doesn't contain policies to meet need, I think it's just disregarding the fact that the policy specifically addresses that issue. Indeed, there's specific reference to extra care within the policy as well, and indeed care homes, which is the form of development proposed in this particular circumstance. In terms of the policy, I think it's important to recognise the reference to appropriate locations. Going back to the point that I made about the fact that the plan should be read and applied in the whole, my view is that appropriate locations are those established within the wider policies that set the spatial framework for the application of policies, given the fact that the development proposal is not consistent with the strategy for Shrewsbury as documented in CS2 and S16.1, nor the strategy for the countryside within CS5 and MD7A. It is not consistent with the strategy for meeting the needs of older people. There are other relevant policies, but I won't go into them in great detail. They're captured within my proof. In terms of the delivery of the strategy, I would note that my proof within tables 7.1 to 7.3 document the types of delivery that's occurred within Shropshire and are permitted within Shropshire.
I don't know about delivery, because delivery equates to need, doesn't it?
I was just going to say,
whether there is a need. Are you just saying that things have been delivered, therefore the strategies work?
I was going to say, yeah, exactly. And one point that Mr. Shaw made was that you won't see specialist housing delivered on allocations, but actually when you look through our delivery and commitments, I'd note that there are a number of allocations upon which specialist housing have been delivered, including the sustainable urban extension, the self-sustainable area urban extension, where there's been 2 care homes of around 70 units each, and there's an extra care facility granted. Outline consent. We've also had allocations in Shifnal and other allocations in Shrewsbury that have been specifically for specialist housing, and the proposed allocation within the draft plan at the Ironbridge Power Station includes a care community. That's obviously not current allocation, but it's a proposed allocation which has been adopted consent in advance of the plan being adopted. So there are several examples of where extra care has been delivered on sites. And I'd also note that the West SUE includes a health aspect to it, and there has been an extra care scheme granted on that, and a recent extension, which I do note actually in my table, 7.3, it's the second to last entry, and I incorrectly said that's Winford, so I would note that that was an allocated site rather than Winford. My apologies.
So the straight.
Yes, the 20/04541/4, that is actually part of the allocated site. So the point that there isn't delivery on allocations, I disagree with. I think there is delivery on allocations. But importantly, the strategy isn't reliant purely on allocated sites. The local plan facilitates the delivery of appropriate windfall sites as well, where they're within development boundaries. And we have seen delivery again on windfall sites. And that can include specialist housing. And again, some of the commitments and completions are on windfall sites within development boundaries. In summary, the strategy promotes and facilitates appropriate opportunities for provision and adaptable housing, which is integrated into wider housing development proposals where they're consistent with the development plan. It promotes and facilitates opportunities for the provision of specialist housing as part of and integrated into wider housing development proposals where they're consistent with the development plan. And it directs standalone developments providing specialist housing into locations within development boundaries. These mechanisms provide more opportunities for effective access to services and facilities, and that includes healthcare, and will positively contribute to the achievement of sustainable, diverse and inclusive communities. I consider that strategy is consistent with the requirements of the NPPF and the NPPG. So I disagree with the view that we do not have a strategy for meeting the needs of all the people within the adopted plan, and I consider that it's up to date on this issue. I think that's probably a brief tour of the policy position. So I'll take as read the rest of the proof unless there's anything in particular you wanted me to cover, Mark.
2 things.
Yeah.
I mean, well, no, I'll ask questions later.
That's fine.
But I just wanted to clarify this one that you said was on an allocation.
Yeah, sorry, yes. The land south of Holyhead Road, Bicton, Shrewsbury, is actually proposed part of the Shrewsbury West Sustainable Urban Extension. I classified it as windfall, so apologies for that. It's the second to last one, page 38. Yeah, so apologies for that. I got copy and paste error.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Madam. I'm not going to go and talk about my proof in detail because obviously things have now moved on. I just wanted to give a bit of background as to why things have moved on, just to fill in a few gaps, and just to talk briefly about why I now feel that the planning balance lies in favour of the appeal. So just to be clear that, as Mr. Richards said earlier, it's my duty as a member of the RTPI that I give the inquiry my professional judgment, irrespective of my position as an employed officer of the council. And this is what I've done. And so I know that Mr. Jeffcott earlier did mention that he thought it was astonishing that the council has changed its position, but this is as a result of changes that have occurred, and the fact that now consider, or I have now in my professional judgment considered the proposal differently, and the balance has now changed. Clearly, the situation that I was in as case officer when the application was first put in is different now to the situation that we are now in terms of looking at the planning balance. So I've offered my professional opinion, and when I'm weighing factors in the planning balance, I take into account the expert advice offered by professional officers such as highways officers and landscape officers, the officers responsible for delivering adult social care, and all comments, of course, from local residents. But in the end, the planning judgment I have expressed is my own evidence, my own professional opinion. In terms of and also relating back to the comments from the chairman of the Shrewsbury Civic Society in relation to the detailed matters. Of course, this is an outline application. I've taken this into account and also the illustrative material that has been before us. But in the end, all of the detail matters, of course, will come in as part of reserved matters. In reaching my planning judgment, I've taken into account the mitigation and the benefits that will be secured by conditions and also by the, which we're working on, and also by the planning obligation, which we're also working on. And we know the details of that in terms of level of contributions and the like. And in relation to need, I've taken the need arguments as being that explained by my colleague, Mr. Corden. Of course, you will have your own opinion on that in making your final decision, and you may find that the need is greater than is suggested by Mr. Corden, or as much as that contended by the applicant's witnesses. Of course, then that will add to the weight of the benefit side of the planning balance, but will not alter my overall conclusions that there are no reasons to withhold permission. In relation to the affordable housing contribution, suggested by Mr. Jeffcoat that the housing contribution was relatively insignificant, but this is entirely in line with what we would be requiring if the appeal proposal was a CP development, i.e. it would be a 10% level of affordable housing, which would therefore make it policy compliant if it was C3 development. We have undertaken consultation since the affordable housing contribution was put forward to us. We've undertaken consultation and discussion with relevant officers, including our affordable housing team, and discussion with planning colleagues and other teams. My opinion is based upon my knowledge of the site from having dealt with the scheme from the pre-application stage through to the dealing with the first planning application, the second planning application, and this appeal. My understanding of what the impacts and benefits are based upon my reading, understanding of all the submitted documents, and consideration, of course, of consultative commentations, and that's the background to the reason why I consider the planning balance has now changed. So I've taken into account issues on both sides of the arguments set out in my evidence, and also summarised in paragraphs 20 and 21 of Mr. Richards' opening submissions, which were read out on day one of the inquiry. And those have all come together to inform the position which I consider we are now in, that the planning balance is now changed in favour of the appeal being allowed.
Thank you very much. Mr. Corden, if you want to cough, just cough. After I need a cough.
I hate to interrupt that,
No. Okay. I've just got a few policy questions. One of the argument we was that the government out of date vis-a-vis person housing. Obviously, I didn't want to stray into what the local plan should have it in it, because it's to only making the emerging local plan. But how would this policy
they're not.
The existing policies you say are out of date.
Yes.
I'm trying to work out why.
I think, we have.
You need to turn your microphone on. Sorry.
We have two pieces of very significant government advice that have arisen since the plan was produced, namely the NPPF and also NPPG, which address specifically the needs of the older sector of society, including accommodation with care. And as you appreciate, the NPPG in particular, very clear in terms of regard that needs to be critical. It requires the provision of a choice of accommodation, and those are key components of current government advice that have arisen long after the adoption of the strategy and the Sound Left plan. So by definition, it's not a criticism of the plan, it's a statement of fact that governments they couldn't take into account of advice that's arisen since. Rather than making your decision now, you do need to take account of important elements of government advice. And so we're not arguing it's a mental debt plan in relation to housing and supply or any of those kind of considerations. It's simply because it has not, could not take account of that has moved on.
Okay, I will give you. It's up to me to judge though whether I consider the written are important. It may be that the advice came after, but it may be that they're being written different way potentially. In other words, just because some advice comes out afterwards, it doesn't mean by definition anything that's written prior to that has to be not up to date. Is that correct?
It's correct, madam, but if you look at the way in which those policies are written, and particularly the one that Mr. Corden referred to, the S11, it is not specific, it's not allocating sites, it is based on expectation that appropriate provision will engage in allocated housing sites.
That's, yeah, okay. But in terms of now the NPPG, understanding is that it doesn't require local authority.
It doesn't specifically require them to, but it says that that could be.
It's up to them, yes. So I just wanted to clarify that. In terms of the emerging local plan and indeed the NPPF, the consultation on the NPPF, I'd be interested to know if anyone thinks I should be linked to it. These of the emerging, sure. Should I put any weight to the policies of the emerging plan?
I think so, madam, and the reason I say that is it's not, the whole topic of an increasingly elderly proportion of our population nationally is such a major issue and has such major implications for planning decisions. And so what the NPPF consultation has included is not a surprise. Things have been moving in that direction. And so I think it is not surprising to find increased importance attached to those issues as part of the government.
But should there be any, but what weight has it?
I think you should afford some weight to it. And I'd be surprised if those elements end up being taken out through the consultation of those pure speculation.
Yeah, but that's speculation, isn't it really? Yeah. And in terms of the emerging plan?
The emerging plan, it warrants some weight, but it is still subject to a number of objections that have yet to be considered, and so that weight is limited by those factors. But it has a significance, I think, in the approach to accommodating specialist care with care really follows the course of the old local plan in terms of expecting it to be delivered within housing allocation sites. That's a fundamental part of that emerging strategy, and that, in my view, suffers from the same difficulties and challenges that I outlined earlier.
Okay, but that's clearly something that my colleagues.
Of course.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, just dealing with all those issues. First point, I totally agree. I think the MPPG is very clear that it's up to the local authority to determine whether it's appropriate to allocate sites. There is no specific requirement for it. I also I'd point to paragraph 7.27 of my proof, where I talk about the fact that the MPPF isn't unique in introducing the need to consider the needs of older people. This was something that was a fundamental part of PPS3 that predated it. And I think there's clear indication throughout the core strategy that the need of our aging demographics and the need to meet the housing needs of older people is something we recognised. I consider that the strategy is consistent with the MPPF, it's consistent with the MPPG, so I consider that it's up to date. And I fundamentally agree with you. It's not about when something's published, it's about whether it's in conformity with it. If that principle is applied to every document, well, every time the MPPF was reissued, then every local plan will become out of date, and that clearly isn't the case. So I consider the approach within the core strategy is consistent with national policy and up to date. In terms of weight, I think we acknowledge the fact that there are outstanding objections to the local plan. Given where we're at in the hearing process, we've dealt with strategic, legal, compliance and duty to cooperate issues now, but we are yet to hear back from the inspectors in terms of their interim position on that. And we have not dealt with development management policies or specific strategies for settlements. And I acknowledge that there are outstanding objections to our approach to meeting the needs of older people, including from the appellant. So I would agree that only limited weight can be given to that local plan at this stage. In terms of the MPPF changes, I don't agree that you can apply weight to them if it's a consultation at this point. And as you say, it's pure speculation as to whether those changes will or won't be introduced. Government is yet to conclude that consultation or consider responses to it. So it could be subject to change.
Okay, thank you. In terms of the housing sites that's been identified, is it SSL? You know, the site.
Adjoining sites.
Yeah, doing the site, but
It's on 173 up the top.
oh, it doesn't really matter, does it? We know
But
where
that site.
we know where it is. Yeah.
It is 173.
Yeah. That site in the emerging plan, as yet, we don't know whether it's going to be carried forward or not.
That's correct.
Because
I am aware that there are outstanding objections to that particular site, and the inspectors haven't considered allocations as yet or returned their findings on it. So you are correct. We don't know whether the site will remain in the plan. Clearly, the council considers it as an appropriate site, but that is yet to be examined by the inspectors.
Okay.
Madam, could I make one comment on this as well? Thank you. It's a site which is allocated for housing. It's obviously a site which in the emerging local plan is subject to the expectation of that site delivering an element of specialist accommodation and care as part of the strategy. But there is a current plan application in for that site, and that does not include any care provision. It's a straightforward housing application. It's been under consideration for a while, and I'm aware that the local authority has sought, and certainly the developer has not proposed the full housing accommodation with care C2 within that approach. And I suspect it won't be forthcoming for the reasons that I mentioned earlier. But it does indicate a suitable site in location terms from the planning authority's perspective.
Yeah, I understand that. In terms of reference being to this site being on the edge of Shrewsbury. At the moment, is it on the edge of Shrewsbury? It doesn't adjoin the boundary.
On its east side, yes, it is.
Yes, sorry. It adjoins the development boundary for Shrewsbury on its eastern side.
Not on the side.
Not to the south as currently, so as the current development boundary is illustrated, no. The development boundary effectively follows Ellesmere Road in that particular location.
So it butts, but isn't necessarily congruent to.
Correct, yeah.
There is a plan attached to the local plan, well, it's a detail.
Yeah, I just-
Which shows where the,
Yeah,
how it,
yeah.
that's the edge as defined.
Okay. That then leads me to question, which is, what's this Shrewsbury Big Town plan? Because I haven't actually seen it, but references down again to it.
If I may,
Is it a master plan?
it's effectively a master plan for Shrewsbury, yes, but it's not a planning document. Well, it is a planning document, but it's not a supplementary planning document. It is effectively a material consideration in the process. It has informed our proposed strategy within the draft structure plan, but obviously it postdates the current plan. Effectively, what it does is it sets out a vision for the long-term future of Shrewsbury, both in terms with a particular focus on town centre and the sort of reimagining of that town centre. And as I say, it's informed our proposed strategy for Shrewsbury moving forward. And to that effect, it's influenced our proposed approach. But it's not a local plan document, if you like. It's not being adopted as a supplementary planning document.
So has it got any statutory basis?
Well, it would be a material consideration, but it's not on a statutory basis, no.
Because I know references, I mean, obviously it'd be useful to have it as a core document. It isn't a core document, is it?
No. I don't believe anyone's referred to it. No.
Well, people have referred to it.
Is it third parties have referred
No,
to it?
you referred to it somewhere, I can't exactly remember where, but you have. Third parties have referred to it being a green wedge or something. Can someone explain if that is correct or not?
I'm aware of.
So that land has no, so the appeal site has no status other than just open countryside as it stands in the development plan.
That's correct, yes.
Okay, thank you for that. That's helpful. It's not green belt at all.
No.
Other issue. Okay. Thank you. Another issue I just wanted to, can we have a big town plan put in the inquiry, please, actually? That'd be 10, ID 10.
ID 11.
11, oh, okay. ID 11.
You should be able to source it off the website. It is available on the council
Yeah.
website.
Just send me a link to that, I don't need one. Yes, sorry. Okay, the other issue is non-designated heritage. Your conservation, the conservation officer talked about there being some non-designated farmsteads, which were non-designated heritage assets.
Farmsteads.
No, not plant, non-heritage assets.
That's right.
Farmsteads, yes.
Farmsteads.
Yeah, if you can't hear, please do.
Just going to refresh my memory of the conservation comments in the committee report.
Yeah, you're quite right, Adam, there was a reference to them. And whilst Mr. Hall is looking, it was those farmsteads, the farmstead to the north of the site across.
Actually, do you mind waiting so that I feel that Mr. Hall is obviously looking through his documents and trying to listen to you as well at the same time. Yeah.
Yes, I mean, this is, you'll know this already, but our conservation team consulted on the original planning application. They have referred to some farmsteads which they consider to be non-designated heritage assets. But on their assessment of the application, they've noted that it's an outline application only, and they haven't raised any particular objection in relation to the proposals and their impact on their setting. And they have noted that the reserve matters details will include more detailed design matters, and they would expect that the development would be of a recessive appearance and scale and design, and these matters can be taken into account, of course, by the case officer when we're looking at reserve matters, but no fundamental concerns were raised by the conservation officer about the potential impact on the assets.
Okay, so can I just clarify? Because I felt there's an element of ambiguity, conservation officer response, and I just wanted to double check how people would interpret that. Are they saying that from the parameters plan that they've seen, they see that it would be of a recessive appearance, scale and design? Or are they saying as part of reserve matters, it would be possible to ensure that would be recessive appearance, scale and design?
Yeah, obviously at the current time, the conservation officer has only had the same information that we've all had in terms of the parameters of the plan and the like. And as part of their conclusion, their comments, they have suggested that in raising no objections and considering that only indicative plans have been submitted, then the full details should be such that the development is of a recessive appearance, scale and design within this context. So as part of a reserve matters application, we will reconsult the conservation team and they will then clearly have their thoughts as to whether or not designs do meet their requirements in terms of being recessive appearance, scale and design.
So I'm asking, are they saying that from the limited information they have before them, they consider it capable of being a recessive appearance, scale and design, or are they saying it should be, as in it ought to be of a recessive appearance, scale and design?
I think they're saying both, that it's capable of, and therefore they're not raising an objection. And also when the detailed matters come in, they will these are their expectations. Consult them when those matters come in.
Okay.
Madam, could I comment on that as well? Because it was an area that we did look at when we saw that comment. Could I ask you to have page 25 of the planning statement in front of you, because I can explain it by reference to that. When we inquired, Madam, it's the farmstead that appears just under the H of Hencote at the top of the land, right hand side to the north. And as you'll be aware from having seen these drawings before, I have no development along that edge of our site beyond the existing access road. And you'll also have noted that the nearest buildings to that non-designated heritage asset are the close care units, which are in very modest domestic sized buildings, and there are illustrative designs of those within certainly design and access statements, so it was taken into account.
When they're two buildings.
First one was Hencote, west side.
Was it the Hencote dairy?
They just refer to it as Hencote.
Hencote is the building is the complex at the very western edge of that, and that you have to at the end of Hencote.
Madam, I'm hesitant to interrupt, but just to help in terms of reference, I don't know if you have in mind the heritage impact assessment, which is called document J5A.10, which looks at both Hencote Farm and also Cross Hill Farm as non-designated heritage assets and assesses the effects on both of those. And that's
I'm gonna then ask Mr. Hall if they come forward with an objection at reserve matter stage. What would happen?
If our conservation team came forward with an objection, then we would need to seek to see how that objection could be dealt with, having consideration though to the conditions on the outline planning permission in relation to our expectations on, for example, building heights. And take a view at the reserve matter stage as to apply our own judgment as to whether or not the designs could be altered and the weight to be given to the views of the conservation officer.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify whether you could see a way through solving any issues that would come forward, if there to be any.
Yeah, I think certainly given the Cross Hill asset, we would clearly have been taken into consideration, and it's referenced as well in the conservation team's comments about the landscape mitigation being put forward, which would, I believe, would provide significant mitigation. The Hencote Homestead is more distant from the development itself, and my expectation is that it wouldn't result in an objection from the conservation team given the intervening distance.
Thank you very much. Very helpful. In terms of going back to the whole issue of policies and how the fact it's leasehold and the commercial model for building this form of housing rather than normal housing, which is normally commercial as well, to be fair. The decisions that you've referred me to, are they all similar model? In other words, that people buy their properties?
Yes, they are, madam. Yeah.
They're all exactly the same. Thank you. In terms of you're saying that unless you actually identify and allocate a site for specialist housing as an older person's housing, your argument is that nothing will ever come forward unless it specifically specialises that, because land value is always going to be greater for open market housing. That's the argument that the British said. Is that right?
We're not saying nothing will come forward. We're saying that a development of this type,
of that scale,
is an integrated
type and scale, would not come forward
with a range of different parts of the level of care. Wouldn't do.
Okay.
Yes, as Mr. Gordon said, there have been instances of 1 or 2 care homes being developed within housing schemes. Although I would refer you to Mr. Don's evidence in relation to the site that Mr. Corn referred to in the open extension, because we understand that that's been developed as a care home, not as extra care, and that the extra care element of that consent is now expired. It's not a big point, but it's that we have looked at, and it's in Mr. Don's evidence as part of his assessment of what sites are available. But we're saying that this type of development, this integrated care community with the levels of care and supporting facilities on this scale, will not inflation on allocated housing sites. And that is why quite a number of them have been delivered through, maybe all of them have been delivered through the peer process, or by the local authorities taking the view that an exception to policy warrant.
So that's what that was really I was coming to. So are you suggesting that it's almost impossible for these types of developments to come forward with the development with the plan-led system?
It's my observation, madam, over the last 10 years or so that a number of these schemes have been coming forward, that the majority of them are being developed on sites adjacent to the urban area. Because they cannot be delivered within it, not at the scale and within the range of facilities that we're proposing.
Just one observation, I'd note that my understanding of the objections from the appellants and the local planners that they want this site allocated for this.
No. I don't want to talk about that because that's a separate issue, isn't it? I'm just talking theoretically as to whether.
It seems ironic that they're asking for it to be allocated whilst.
No. I don't want to talk about what's happening in the local plan. What I'm just asking, my question was, it seems that it's a model was set forward, which is at such a scale that the appellant is arguing that it's be very difficult for it ever to be brought forward within the development plan process unless it's an allocation. Specific site allocation, is that what you're saying? It's not windfall, comes with windfall.
Yes.
Within the development boundary.
It is. I'm not so sure we're arguing it. We're simply reporting to you the facts of the matter, that that's how they are coming forward because they are not being delivered on allocated housing sites.
Okay.
And the reasons are those that I explained at the beginning of my introduction in terms of housing land values primarily. And that's evidenced by the appeal decisions that we listed, and there are something like about 15 or 16 appeal decisions over the past few years that evidence that.
So my next question is, if that's the case, and you would argue that, I know this is your argument, that it's a critical need as per the NPPG, that'd be your argument for this development.
Yes.
So can you envisage ever there being a point where one wouldn't, is that carte blanche basically to build these things throughout the country as and when?
I'm not at all saying it's carte blanche by any stretch. What I'm saying is that the integrated care community model has been emerging, and the planning, certainly the development plan approach, has not embraced it and engaged with it. There are now, however, literally in the last 2 or 3 years, emerging signs of sites being allocated and policies being incorporated of a kind of criteria-based approach as well. One of them is in Mid Sussex, which followed a lost planning appeal from the planning authority's point of view, and they've now embodied policies in the local plan. And Avery Vale is the other one that I'm aware of. So the planning development plan system is beginning to respond to it positively, but until very recently that's not been the case.
I think we just made the observation that we have a strategy for meeting need, and that involves delivery of specialist housing on allocations and also windfall sites within the development boundary. I'm not going to dispute the point about scale, but we do see large scale schemes coming forward on allocations and including mixed uses. So again, there's schemes with care homes and extra care facilities on the same site. So I think that would be my point.
I'm aware that time is slipping away and that it's 1:10. I'm also aware that no doubt the barristers will want me to finish this session before lunchtime, so you can change your closings.
Completely in your hands, madam, to be honest.
Yes, I had anticipated some typing during the lunchtime break, whenever it comes.
Okay, so we'll just carry on until I finish. Right. Get myself some water then.
Now what I meant was, if you break for lunch now, I'll start typing now, but I might ask for a slightly a further break to do some more typing later, if you see what I mean. But I'm quite happy to carry on now if you are.
I think I'll try and carry on till
Yeah.
faster, and if I'm not finished by then, I'll break. Then comes this question, we've gone through the policy, I mean, obviously I've read everyone's post and I can do the policies, etc. In the council's closing, it talks about harm relating to transport issues. Are you saying, is the council's approach that it's not severe harm, therefore that reason for refusal gone away? But there still remains some extent.
Yes, that was, I think, agreed as part of the extended common ground.
Right, so okay. How much weight prior to the I want you to sort of park your affordable housing, way across the horizon at this point. In terms of the moderate adverse visual impacts on views, how much weight did you give to that?
Is this was this in terms of the application as submitted or as developed with the?
Well, obviously the application's for me.
Right.
So with your reduced stories, etc.
Yeah.
And obviously the statement of common ground actually refers to that there was a change to the LVIA, wasn't there? So it's not as if anything's developed since your statement of common ground.
No. In terms of the original reason for refusal, we included those adverse impacts as a negative element of the scheme. Clearly, I do accept that our landscape consultant advised us that they considered that the proposal was compliant with the relevant policies on landscaping. However, notwithstanding that, there are still negative elements to it. So there might be positive elements in terms of improvements to the landscape quality in the area through the landscaping scheme, but that wouldn't completely negate the negative elements, which are the impacts from.
Okay, so my question is, how much weight would you?
The weight would be some negative weight. I don't think in the overall scheme put forward to us, I don't think you would class it as a significant level of weight because of the mitigation that's been proposed to landscape and visual elements elsewhere in the site. It forms a small small negative element of the overall scheme. So it would be, would you like to call it?
Whatever you would think.
What would be your like?
No, I'm not going to put words in your mouth.
Maybe if you wanted to, it would be low to medium, that kind of terminology. Is that what you'd like to use?
I suppose it's not. It wasn't determinative, was it?
No.
On its own.
No.
It was never determinative.
No. I think that if, for example, the site was within the development boundary and we consider as a council that there was a need for it, then we want to refuse. I would recommend refusing just on the grounds of the impacts on, from visual amenity, for example, would stand up on its own as a reason for refusal because it would be balanced by the positive elements of it or the absence of other negative elements. But in the refusal reason itself, it was nevertheless important, I think, to show some kind of weighing up as to the fact that there were these negative elements that counted against it. They weren't primary elements, but they were there. They were still there as low to medium negative elements scheme.
And in the LVIA that's come, the revised LVIA, it's still considered to be moderate adverse in winter, isn't it? Those impacts.
Yes,
So the weight that you would give to that would be
slightly less weight because in the view, and we're advised by our landscape consultant here, that they said that the revised LVA has led to and the changes to the scheme have led to a general reduction in levels of adverse visual effects in the long term from those predicted in earlier versions. But the weight that we would give now is different to originally. It's a better scheme now in landscape and visual terms than what was first put to us as part of the first planning application. Changes that have been put to us have made the scheme better from a landscape and visual perspective.
so whatever threshold, whatever weight you accrued to it initially,
Yeah.
when you refused the application, you are now saying that weight should be less weight.
Indeed.
It'd be a lesser level of weight.
Yeah, not significantly less, but less.
Okay, thank you. That's okay. Obviously, it's up to me to determine in terms of the actual need issue. That's something that I'm going to consider to go away and think about carefully. In terms of the issue about how you should determine applications in line with the development plan, that's a fixed, isn't it? I mean, that weight doesn't vary. It's just what's on the other side of it that varies. Mr. Shaw, you'd agree with me on that?
It's a general vision, yes, unless there are some material considerations, so I understand.
Okay. Right, now comes on to affordable housing element. Mr. Hall, why didn't you ask for affordable housing? Or why wasn't it a reason?
We didn't ask for it because when the application first came in, because we considered that that there were we referred to it in the committee report or I had referred to it in the committee report that as a C3 scheme it would be liable for housing contribution, but that hadn't been put forward. And also we had referred to the policy basis for that being policy CS11, the strategy. That policy was also referred to on the decision notice as well. First reason for refusal, but it was not explicitly said within that refusal reason that was a negative element. So we wouldn't necessarily do that. User reason. There are other user notices that we have issued as a council where we haven't necessarily raised the fact that there's a housing contribution as well. And there were obviously other more fundamental reasons why we considered that the proposal wasn't acceptable.
So I just want to see feedback to what I think you said.
Yeah.
So you're saying affordable housing was always in the back of your mind,
Yeah.
being an issue for C3, if it were a C3 scheme.
Yeah.
But you thought there were fundamental issues that meant you hadn't put it down as a reason.
Indeed, and the other factor in the back of our minds was the fact that there was a difference of opinion between ourselves as a council and the appellants as to whether it was C3. And the advice and the council view was that it was C3, and clearly the appellants disagreed with that, and therefore the appellants haven't put forward any affordable housing contributions. And again, that was one of the other elements in the back of our minds as to that we didn't press that point particularly strongly.
So did you ask them?
No, I can't recall the date directly.
Not until the February, the 20th of December, when a proof of evidence swap, and then someone did it.
Well, it's unfortunately that we didn't pass for.
No, they offered it, yeah.
Can I just add one comment to that,
Yeah.
please? When it was offered, it was in response to our reading of comments on the revised application, and in particular, Mr. Gordon's comments from a policy perspective, which concluded with a paragraph saying that he noted that there was no affordable housing contribution. And so we sought to explore whether that was something that warranted consideration. And as you, if you'll recall, explained in my evidence that we offered it initially in the resubmitted application, and it was then subsequently offered in relation to the appeal application on the dates that you mentioned end of last year.
So the discussion regarding affordable housing emerged in relation to
the resubmission.
Recent submission. Okay. But in terms of the original, albeit the two being subsumed to some extent, it was never a reason for, it wasn't ever deemed necessary to go forward, because Mr. Hall says that there are other more fundamental reasons why you weren't run out of this.
I wouldn't want you to think that we hadn't thought about the need for it. It is clearly stated in the committee report, both from in relation to the comments of the policy team and also in relation to my assessment as well, that was a negative element, the C3 proposal, but that wasn't then followed through into specifically mentioning that point in the refusal reasons, albeit that CS11 was referred to in the. In that you might want to, when looking at refusal reasons, so refer back to a committee report to find a bit more detail, then that might be helpful but I do accept that it could have been included in the refusal reason.
Because normally you set out what's in the reason for refusal, so someone can come forward and overcome those reasons for refusal in the next. Normally the reasons for refusal sets out clearly why wrong, and therefore why how you can solve them.
Yeah, but ma'am, I think that you, as an applicant, you would also refer back to the reasonings as well, which were in more detail in the officer report. As I say, it's not a policy of the council either to do it or not to do it. I was looking at an example yesterday, for example, of an application that was refused at Neil Grace, where a similar situation arose that it didn't. The refusal reason didn't include the need for saying whether it's right or wrong. I'm just saying that there are examples elsewhere where we specifically referred to the absence of a
housing contribution on the decision notice.
In terms of the still compliance, note talks about the highways, you know, the money is for plus stops, etc. Generally, how much weight do you think all the highway improvements?
I think in terms of the highways contributions, I would argue that they will be necessary in any event to make the scheme policy compliant in terms of ensuring its sustainability.
Okay,
and its
I suppose
acceptable on
the quickest way of dealing with this, is there anything in the EU that you should be added more weight than it just purely being policy?
I think that there was no policy requirement for the 13% biodiversity net gain, so that should be afforded weight. I think there's no policy requirement to provide affordable housing contribution, so that will be afforded, I would suggest, significant weight. The others are up to me to be mainly highways related. Should we go through them? Bus shelter contribution, cycle infrastructure, these are all ones that are going to improve the sustainability, ensure an acceptably sustainable scheme to put in place enhanced provision to ensure an acceptable development given its location. Two that I would say should be for the weight, they're not policy requirements, are the biodiversity enhancement.
So in terms of biodiversity enhancement,
we're including the fact that the scheme provides 13%, and how that is delivered isn't necessarily important. It's the fact that it's to deliver 13% as a whole.
Mr. Shaw, have you got? Let me know if you think there's any changes in the weight. I mean, if they've got about the need, because
I agree that the affordable housing contribution should carry significant weight.
Microphone, Richard.
I'm sorry. I agree, Madam, that the affordable housing should carry significant weight. And I also agree that the BNG should carry at least moderate weight. I say at least because there have been appeal decisions where it's carried slightly more. But in terms of the other components of the infrastructure delivery, I would actually say that the highways improvements will provide wider benefits than just to the scheme itself. They will be of wider benefit to people. For instance, the footpath on the western side of Dunsmere Road will provide a route for walkers in Hencote land, which they don't have at the moment, as will the pedestrian crossing. And so I think there is, I don't think those were necessary for the scheme. They were part of the transport package, but I think they carry wider benefits. So I think there is some weight to be afforded to those. And I'll leave the need aspect.
Have the conditions.
oh, thank you.
Can only apologise. The photocopy is broke down twice. So it's one for you, and I'll just think about it. But
Yeah, I'll take them back.
I think it's actually you.
oh, is it? Sorry.
That's the 106. It's not
Okay.
Yeah, I'm so sorry for the interruption. It's actually the unilateral undertaking, but it's got the track changes compared to the version that you looked at yesterday, so that should be clear.
All right.
Could I say, in response to Mr. Shaw's, just then in relation to, I accept that some of the highways improvements would have wider benefits, but that is a consequence of them being put in as a policy requirement to meet policy. You can't, it's not like you're putting in a pedestrian crossing and saying, we'll only allow people that occupy the care home to use this. Clearly it's going to have wider benefits, but that is as a consequence.
Thank you. Basis that I've read all along. I don't think I have any more specific questions. It's obviously, come down to planning judgment. Mine. But I just wondered whether Mr. Jeffcott or Mr. Janine wanted to ask any questions planning witness.
Yeah.
If you do you mind coming up here, please, so that everyone can hear what you're saying?
Yes. Collect a microphone on the way, which I have turned on.
I'd just like to ask Mr. Hall, was this an individual judgment you made that the planning plans changed so suddenly, or did this only follow after a series of meetings with other?
Sorry, that's not really the issue. He said his planning judgment was.
Okay. Can you just confirm what the nature is of the crossing that's outlined? Because my understanding is just a drop curve, not traffic lights. That's pretty slight, given that obviously understand that the decision of the whole future of that hill rests on whether or not a drop curve is put in, or that's a significant component of weight. Ditto the bus stop. I mean, the bus infrastructure change proposed is quite slight, unless I've completely misread it.
I'm slightly hesitant, but these were really questions that I think were or should have been put to Mr. Rand rather than Mr. Shaw, certainly.
I think it's a question of weight, though. Mr. Jeffcott's asking about weight to be attributed to them. But what is your question? It sounds like a statement to me, a question. No, it's difficult, isn't it?
It's hard. I'm going to leave it there because other than expressing surprise, I suppose, or saying, "Oh, do you really mean what you've just said?" Which is a rhetorical question. I agree, but that's all I can do.
But thank you very much. Did you want, Mr. Denny, did you want to ask any questions of the finances?
Mine would be more in the lines of a statement.
No, you've already.
Which I can't. Much as I'd like to ask something, it would be as a statement, so I'll have to leave it.
Yeah,
it's concerning the Greenwich.
No questions. We ask questions.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jim. Okay. On that basis, I would like to adjourn. I've got a copy of the UU. Have I got a copy of the conditions?
Yes, I think I gave you one.
Oh, it looks like a UU. Just a UU.
If you only wrong this morning, I gave you one.
Oh, right, sorry. You must
Sit there in the front.
Yeah.
Got it, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Also together certain which version, I think we were at one in relation to condition apart from the electric vehicle condition, where I think Mr. Hall was waiting a response from building control. So I don't know which version has been placed on your desk.
Sorry, it was the one that I've sent this morning.
I've got query overlap with building regs.
In that case, that's the one that hasn't resolved the issue of electric vehicles.
Okay.
So if you can read up to that point, and then Mr. Hall and others can have a conversation during the adjournment.
Yeah, well, this afternoon you can do it. I mean, I'm not intending to go over conditions again anyway, so if I could have that. So we'll adjourn. Time's at past. Sorry, it's not past. Yeah, almost past. Is 2:30 enough time for both?
Can we buy the full hour if that's okay?
Well, it is 1:30 now, so it will be a full hour.
25 to 2.
It's 1:36.
Okay, well, let's make 1:45, shall we?
That will be helpful, thank you.
So we're going to adjourn now and we will resume at 2:45, where we will be going to the unilateral undertaking and the closings.
Thank you, madam.
Okay, thank you very much, everybody. I do appreciate it. the public inquiry into refusal for outline planning application from Hencote Care Community, comprising up to 164 units of extra care and co-care accommodation with graduated care provision informing office and apartments. I'm sure everyone knows the site I'm talking about by now. But I am aware that there's some new faces attending the inquiry today, and that they may wish to make a short statement to the inquiry. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. If that's the case, please come up.
Madam, could I just suggest a slight change, which is whether you'd be willing to deal with the section 106 amendments, because I think they're comparatively short first. The reason is that I'm told that that would enable it to be engrossed behind the scenes, so that you will then be able to leave with essentially a clean copy at the end of closings, if that would be convenient.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Sorry about that.
Right. Let's. My understanding is that there was no need. No one's going to go across.
Correct. That's correct.
Yeah. Thank you. Right. The you. I think got the new copy.
Yes, Madam, I was proposing to give that an ID 12 reference.
The copy I have has got lots of notes on it.
That's intentionally the case, Madam, so that we hope that that might be the shorthand method to take you to the only things that have changed in the document since you last read it.
Your clients to sign it.
No.
We were planning, Madam, after this session, once we have crystallised what the changes are, we'll go off and create a clean version that you can take away with you.
Right. Can you very briefly take me through them? But I'm
I'm the monkey. It may be better for you all than grinder, to be blunt.
right. I'll just go through them, and I've read them at lunch. And I don't think from memory, and I'm just flicking through again, there was anything that caused any concern to me. Thank you for clarifying that the 10,000 actually there's a missing 1,000 from it.
Yeah.
No, that's much more robust. It might be worth actually, for the purpose of the inquiry, if you could talk me through the permitted occupier.
Yeah.
Because that's a new element, that's a substantive new element. For it, a substantive amendment.
For the benefit of everybody listening, the document contains a new definition of permitted guests. This arose from a discussion about who could live at the site, and in order to try and ensure that it was genuinely C2 development, it seemed appropriate. C2 development is elderly care development rather than ordinary housing under C3 class disorder. In order to ensure that this is genuinely C2 development, it's important to restrict the types of person who can live at the development. And following some further input provided to the inquiry by Mr. Paul Harries of Life Care Residences, it was deemed appropriate to explain the scope of people who are to be treated as permitted guests, in addition to those 65-year-old eligible occupiers in need of care. And that includes people who are giving care to a resident of the development, an eligible occupier resident. It includes their third-party guests who may visit them from time to time, subject to a 30-day duration in any 3-month period. It also includes clarification that if you are an eligible occupier but you move into the nursing home, your spouse can continue to live in the extra care unit. It also clarifies that if you are an eligible occupier and you pass away, your bereaved spouse or partner has a period of 6 months within which they can arrange their affairs before they're no longer eligible to live at the development. Is that sufficient detail for you, Madam?
Councillor Senior.
Yes.
Okay.
And the summary of the remaining parts and the remaining amendments are essentially following on from the discussion that we had yesterday and picking up all of those points. I think the view's been taken that we've amended it in accordance with the way you probably expected it to be amended. Thank you.
Conditions we weren't going to discuss because you're going to send them through to me and I make any amendments. I'll be able to make any amendments in speech.
Yes, that's exactly right, madam, that they're there for you to have a view. I don't know if the electric vehicle charging one has been resolved now.
Yes, Mum, I don't know if you accept from me. I'm not sure if I've got a microphone. Well, I think the question to be resolved, was whether there was a need or whether the condition met the tests in light of the building regulations. We have received advice via the council's building control team that there would be essentially clear water between what the building regulations would require and what the condition could provide. Because you recall, Mum, that the condition is worded as a please submit a scheme to the council for their approval. So under the condition, you could have a much more comprehensive scheme for electric vehicle charging that would be the result if only building regs were controlling that. So there is a potential for additional vehicle charging points under the condition rather than the building regs alone.
Okay, and
It's an entirely matter of your judgment whether you consider that to be necessary.
Yes, and we would urge you, please, to impose such a condition. For example, the building regulations have requirements in some cases that apply to buildings, and in other cases that apply to dwellings. And this is a hybrid sort of situation. And so, for example, on one strict interpretation of the building regulations, it might be, for example, that the only charging points that would have to be provided would be sufficient for the 2 minibuses, but none else on a central hub building, depending on how it was developed, and therefore it's the planning authority is keen, in order for the planning sustainability credentials of the scheme to be delivered, to make sure that for example, the number and type of buildings is not driven by the building regulations, but is driven by the planning sustainability necessities of the scheme.
And just to say, we are absolutely content with that. That's the condition. Just to flag one small point of, there's obviously a part of the PPG which deals with, in the use of the conditions chapter, which deals with not replicating building regulations. Quite so, and there is a written ministerial statement which is hyperlinked within the PPG, which talks about not going beyond building regulations. That's, as you're probably aware of, madam, is under review at the moment, but it will be a matter for you as to whether you think it's necessary. But certainly from our perspective, we are absolutely not arguing against it. And indeed, I'm told, even if it wasn't a condition, we'd be going beyond that in terms of the provision of electric vehicle charging.
thank you, then. For the benefit of people who weren't here when we discussed conditions originally, the unilateral undertaking, make it very clear that it's good practice always to discuss conditions and unilateral obligation, and it doesn't to my discretion in terms of how I determine the appeal. I just wanted to make that clear. Okay, so I wanted to speak.
Yes, please.
If you'd like to come up, it's not very used to just giving you the microphone to people.
There you go. I think that with you. Oh, right, thank you. It's quite heavy. Also, but it's.
Just to say that it'd be very helpful if you could ask someone to photocopy your statement so that I've
Yes,
got
it
a
will, yeah.
got a written copy. Also, just be aware that it's very helpful if you're willing to answer questions, because that way I can give them weight to what you say.
Certainly, yeah.
Because obviously it's more robust, isn't it,
Yeah,
if you can
that's-
able to do that.
Yeah.
Thirdly, if I have your name, I'll be putting that in my decision letter.
Yeah, that's fine.
So if you're happy with that.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, great. So first of all, what is your name?
Right, my name's Keith Davis, Davies,
DAVIS.
IES.
Oh, yes, exactly. That's why you have to start that. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Davis. Davies, yeah, okay, if you'd like to speak.
Right, yeah, my name is Keith Davis. I'm a resident of the Heath Farm estate in Shrewsbury. I've lived in Shrewsbury all my life from, I'm now 64 years old. And I've lived on Heath Farm estate since December 1985. I've had quite a bit to do with the Heath Farm community over the years. And one of the things that I was involved in, I was the chair of governors for the Grange Secondary School for approximately 12 years until it was federated with another local school. So I do have quite a bit of knowledge about the community in the area and some of the things that go on. And it was just basically what I wanted to do today. I appreciate the work that's been done by Mr. Jeffcott, and a lot of that is very relevant. But I do feel that there's some of the things that need clarified. So first of all, as a community, I think there's a general consensus that when the council rejected the application twice, that would be the end of it, and it wouldn't be granted permission. So I think there was some consternation when it was decided we were going to an inquiry with yourself as chairing it now. It was seen by the people then that the council had sort of let the people down, and that to put it in a way, dangled the carrot of 1.3 million, and that was the community and the people surrounding it didn't count, that the money did. I'm not saying that is the case. That's not what I'm saying, but it's a perception from local people. So there are a couple of things that I'd like to focus on first of all, and the first thing is that the views from Willie Hill, and it has been said that there's no view from Willie Hill past the telegraph pole because the public footpath veers off to the right and then comes back in close to the railway bridge. That has been a right of way for, I'm told, at least 40 years, and it's as far as I know, nobody has ever been stopped from walking up there. And in actual fact, that is, I believe that it's called an easement via prescription. And that's as defined in the Land Registry Practice Guide 52. Another thing with that is, if that's the case, why did Mr. Stevens post on his?
Sorry, I'm don't want to talk about specific people.
Okay.
Yeah.
Shall I call it the appellant then?
Yeah. I mean,
the appellant built a pagoda on the site and posted a notice of planning permission on his own property on what is supposedly not a right of way. What is the point in posting that if you believe that the people are going to see it are going to be the public? Do you see what I'm getting at?
I think it was possibly the council, but I don't think. Yeah.
Right. So why did they post?
But the issue is, I understand what you're saying is that you consider that to be a right of way, and you were saying that it's been going on for 40 years.
It's been going on for at least 40 years. So that's my. It's just
that's your point.
That's my point in that thing. So on the other main concerns really are around traffic. And the access road to the accommodation will share the road with, and I think I'm right with this, with the winery, the restaurant, and the wedding venue. So it's not just
it's not just the traffic that's going to be to the accommodation, that is sharing that road with the wedding venue and everything else that goes in there. And there'll be delivery vehicles going to the accommodation and delivery to the winery and supply to the restaurant. So there will be a large increase in traffic, along with the 250 vehicles that have been allowed for in the car park. So I'm not saying it's I'm sure the council have done their work on with the numbers and what have you, but I think it's a lot more than you think it's actually going to be. And people are asking, was there a traffic survey based on all these factors? The planning, has the transport part of the council, have they taken into consideration the 450 houses which proposed on the south and the west side of Winnie Hill View, which that will lead to another large increase in traffic when that does go ahead? I think the council they'll be aware of the 450 that are being proposed there. So that will be another vast increase onto a road which is already busy. We then talk about the traffic. The traffic on Ellesmere Road, as I'm sure you've seen, madam, is quite a lot. I've stood on the bottom of Hencote Lane, waiting to cross the road. You look to your right, there's a stream of traffic just about to go. You look to your left, and there's a stream of traffic. And my concern, and a lot of people's concern, if you've got old people crossing the road there, they don't cross very quickly. But you're coming off two bends, to the left and to the right. And also, and on today, particularly earlier on today, when the sun is shining, if you're driving a car coming from the north, going down the bank, the entrance to Hencote is on your right. You don't see anything because the sun is very low. Your vision is impaired. So I think there's a lot of potential danger there with that. Also, the road has a 40-mile-an-hour limit, and the council do have concerns about that road and that speed because they've taken precautionary measures by the way of flashing signs which tell you what they are. I have driven down Ellesmere Road at just under 40 mile an hour, and I have been passed by two cars overtaking, and they do go past the entrance there, and they can be doing 40 or 50 mile an hour. So there is a danger there to the older people that are going to be crossing that road. As I say, the other issue that you talk about is putting a bus shelter on the road for by the bus stop. If that's for people going north, that you wouldn't better put a bus shelter because that bus stop is right up against the hedge. And the other thing is the proposed footpath from the entrance to Hencote down to opposite what you have in your report as Yellow Heart Lane, which Yellow Heart Lane is a name that was given to it during the pandemic. Somebody stuck a yellow heart on the tree. It's actually either called by the locals Rough Lane or the Roughy. So those to local people, that's what it's called. How can you put a footpath down there when it would be that narrow because there is a gully on your right hand side? So those are the issues. It's all to do with safety of people and traffic, and the numbers that will be coming out of there, and particularly if you're only proposing as a drop curb, I don't think that's sufficient to keep the people, the residents, or any walkers or anybody safe. And the last thing that I'd like to raise is the issue of the affordable housing, and I believe you talk about planning benefit. Is the planning benefit for the whole of Shropshire, or is the planning benefit for the Bagley ward, which includes Heath Farm, Herongate, and Greenfield? And as the other thing with that, is there a time scale involved in this agreement? Is it next year, 5 years, 10 years? What is the time? And when you talk about affordable homes, what do you class as affordable? Because the people of Shrewsbury find it very difficult to afford any new build homes. Thank you very much. That's my.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. Does anyone wish to ask any questions?
I've got no questions, but a couple of references maybe of assistance
Absolutely.
to Mr. Davis. So the question was asked whether the transportation assessment takes account of existing traffic. The answer is yes, it does. It's section 3 of the transportation assessment, which is within the core documents, and regard has been had to the emerging allocation in the emerging local plan. Next, Mr. Shaw deals in his evidence with the status of Hencote Lane. So you have competing positions, but I'm instructed that there has been no application to add the bit of Hencote Lane which isn't on the definitive map to the definitive map. There's no outstanding application. We've checked that, and that's in Mr. Shaw's evidence. And then the third question was, where's the money been spent for the affordable housing? One of the amendments to the unilateral undertaking is to direct that money towards Shrewsbury in the first instance, and if it's not spent within 5 years, then it can be spent in the remainder of Shropshire. So that's just to give you the references. I hope that's helpful.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. If you can ask Celia to look at them or fresh coffee batch from them, so that we can
I'll put it into some sort of form and send you, because you've probably got big mobile.
it'd be useful to put it.
I think, can I have a quick look?
Can you read it?
Yes.
Can you?
Yeah, copy that. So we'll get some.
I think that's what I said. Thank you.
Because I will be saying that I won't be accepting anything. Well, don't know the inquiry, other than I actually asked for. Everything in.
It's legible.
Okay. We move to closings.
I've got one thing just to mention, which really relates to the site visit yesterday. I'm told that when you went on site that you will obviously observe whereabouts there is a blockage in relation to public right of way where it goes north of Hencote Lane and it would rejoin further to the west. I'm advised that there's been works today. This is not in relation to my client's land, that has reopened the western side of that access back onto Hencote Lane. We don't know whether or not the east side has been unlocked or not. And I only raised that, madam, just in the event that you wanted to go back at some stage, either now or at a point in the future. It looks like that the farmer, whoever controls the access, is relenting and opening the right of way. I don't know whether that's pursuant to correspondence from the authority, but given the timescales, I thought you should be aware of that.
Okay, so I'll note that. I mean, the council hasn't any reason not to suggest that's happening. No.
That's like helpful. Thank you. You want to give some to Mr. Jeffcott? Give one to Mr. Jeffcott so he can at least read it. So, madam, these are further submissions. And you should please read them alongside our earlier submissions made on day one. So the inquiry has considered the evidence submitted in writing and orally by all witnesses for the main parties, visited the site and surrounding area, and heard from local objectors, Mr. Jeffcott and Mr. Deneen. We should now please add Mr. Davies. The submissions made by the council on the opening day of the inquiry remain extant. These at its close supplement them. Mr. Jeffcott has expressed both astonishment and surprise at the change in position adopted by the council's planning witness, Mr. Hall. Mr. Jeffcott apparently expected the council to present a case which both reflected its original reason for refusal and which could be supported by the local residents that the council represents. As Mr. Hall explained, this misunderstands the duties of a professional witness at a planning inquiry who is a member of the Royal Town Planning Institute. His duty is to give the inspector the benefit of his professional opinion, irrespective of the interest of the client he represents. The inquiry has explored further the difference between the council and appellant on the quality of accommodation in care or nursing homes and how this impacts on qualitative need. Shared bedrooms and those lacking ensuite bathrooms are effectively discounted by the appellants from the existing supply, with a knock-on effect on the quantitative need contended for. The council does not do so. It accepts that there needs to be a choice in supply to meet a variety of stakeholders, taking into account a variety of factors. You, Madam, asked at one point, what is the need now? For the council, that's not the key question. The SHMA addressed the need in 2020, effectively nil, and in 2038. And for the results of that, see paragraph 2A1 of the need statement of common ground. Mr. Corden has set out the planning completions and permissions granted on the basis that any extant permission now would deliver by 2026. As with the appeal scheme, the council has assessed the unmet need at 2026. This results in setting out at paragraph 2A2 of the need statement of common ground. The appellant disagrees. It has a different starting point in that it says there is a need now and that the need for extra care housing units in 2038 is much greater than the council assumes. The council's assessment of need is tenure blind. Its case that extra care delivery is on track in 2026 is on the basis of delivery of a mix of affordable and market provision. The council agrees that further need arises by 2038, but it has a strategy for meeting that need. The appellant avers that strategy will not be effective because it relies on retirement community living schemes being delivered on sites allocated for housing. Even if that is the case, any alleged deficiency in the strategy will be able to be fixed in the emerging local plan examination. The appellant is engaged in the emerging local plan process. For example, if it is necessary to make clearer requirements in policy wording of allocations to make the plan sound, the examining inspectors will recommend main modifications. Mr. Hall confirmed that his assessment of the planning balance took into account Mr. Corden's assessment of need. Mr. Corden's need assessment is the lowest of those before the inquiry. If you find the need is greater than Mr. Corden assesses, this would only add to the weight to be given to the benefit in Mr. Hall's planning balance. There is no evidence before the inquiry that could cause Mr. Hall to give less weight to the need than he has done. That's why paragraph 8 of the further statement of common ground states there is no need in the case of this appeal to determine precisely what the need is, and that this is better left to the emerging local plan examination.
In the slightly embarrassing position that Celia hasn't burst through the room into the room with a copy of my closing submission, I have it electronically, and I understand my learned genius has emailed it to Mr. Richards and also to the case officer, and it's been put on the website. But I don't know whether that's yet happened so that it's available.
Can you just leave that I can get it up? I would like to read it.
So the other cunning plan may be to borrow one of the laptops to my left until such time as the closing submission arrives, or to just wait until Celia will send that through.
Because adjourns for probably 5 minutes.
If that's okay, I don't know how long it's going to take. I know there was a problem in terms of the printing.
Could somebody find out how long it's likely to take for the print to be printed?
I'll message Celia now.
She might not be at her desk, she might be
Yeah, she
standing
might
at
be
the
photocopying,
photocopy.
yeah.
She's been away for 5 minutes, so.
Yeah, I'd imagine she's printing it now.
Okay, so, should we just have a informal adjournment? 5 minutes, but is it possible that someone could press the mute button so that, it is informal, or informalities?
version without staples?
It's all right.
Just because seems just about putting on a staple one, so.
These are the conditions, so these are not, these are not.
That's all right. Thank you.
Sorry. That'd be helpful.
Yes, Connor. Just to start, to intimate what's set out on page 1. Sorry, to intimate what's set out on page 1. Madam, we provided you self-evidently with detailed opening submissions on day 1 of this inquiry. In their evidence, the council has made clear to you that they consider the appeal should be allowed based upon the evidence that's presented to you. We agree, but we have, of course, provided evidence to enable questions to be put and to explain our position to you, madam. Crucially, our evidential position at the end of the inquiry remains unaltered when compared to the start of the inquiry. And in the circumstances, therefore, these closing submissions formally incorporate the opening submissions in a literal sense, but then expand them where necessary so as to provide greater clarity in some areas. So the purpose of this document is to provide you, madam, with a composite document embodying all of the appellant's submissions. And what we've done is we've italicised the additional text for reference, and it's only the italicised text I intend to read out, if that's acceptable. So by way of overview, at the time of the inquiry, or the time of it being listed, it was listed for 8 days because at that time it was considered that there were a multiplicity of issues that needed to be aired, tested and considered. But as the appeal has progressed, those issues have diminished to the position where there is no issue between the principal parties before you, other than that the appeal should be allowed because the planning balance clearly favours permitting the development. But at the outset, it's worth reflecting upon areas of former conflict which have now resulted in agreement, as well as to identify issues which are not now and never have been in some instances being contested. Firstly, use class. At the time of the refusal, the council considered that this was a C3 use. It was rapidly accepted after the appeal was launched that the use is actually a C2 class use. That is to say, it's housing for those in need of care. Every one of the future residents of this scheme will be in need of care to a greater or lesser degree. I should add, say for the limited number of spouses that may not be, but that's pretty self-evident. But other than them, everyone will be persons in need of care. Turning into landscape and visual issues are not an afterthought in this case. A detailed landscape and visual impact assessment has been submitted and supplemented. It was then audited by an independent consultant appointed by the council, and its conclusions are agreed. Yes, there will be some impacts, but the agreed position between the appellant and the council is that effects will be localised and that landscape and visual issues do not warrant a freestanding reason for refusal. Design. It has never been concluded that the scheme, if consented, would be other than high quality design, both in terms of its built form, but also in terms of the land around the buildings. Losing undeveloped land is always, of course, to be regretted, but there's no reason at all to conclude that this scheme, when built, will be other than a positive adjunct to the built environment of the town. Morphology, or in clearer language, shape of the town. The site lies outside of the current development plan boundaries, which the council appears to accept are out of date because they are being reviewed and being expanded by the emerging local plan. On any view, the site is well related to the settlement of Shrewsbury, lying along a principal arterial road adjacent to existing urban uses, intervisible with a significant area of development and containing itself existing significant development. Moreover, it is in an area which is transitioning. The council are actively promoting the area of the land immediately to the south of the site as an extension to the town and promoting a new link road to the northwest. So to equate this area to an area of undeveloped open countryside stretches credulity. And significantly, no one has sought to make a case that the proposed use could be better located at a site closer to the town, let alone in it. Sustainability. The council now concede that that part of the first reason for refusal, which alleged that the site was locationally unsustainable in respect of transport links, has been addressed by the proposed measures and the evidence produced. it follows that this is a site which it is agreed will operate in a manner with a transportation profile which is acceptable for its proposed use. With respect, that is wholly unsurprising. It's next to the largest settlements in the county. It's located on an arterial road, and which is also a bus route. It's close to an existing residential population and therefore potential workforce, and it has existing on-site facilities proposed. Highways. It's also now agreed that there is no technical objection to the delivery of the site in highway terms. Off-site improvements are proposed, the bus stops, the creation of an informal crossing, etc. But the central point is, and this is by reference to the highway statement of common ground, the central point is it's agreed that safe and convenient access can be achieved without giving rise to an impact upon safety or capacity of the local road network, let alone a severe impact. Ecology. It's agreed that the effect of the development will be to significantly enhance the biodiversity of the wider site. Thus, whilst there will be a change within the site itself, the overall effect of the development upon wildlife will be a significant benefit. Importantly, therefore, there is no technical impediment to the delivery of this site, therefore. To the contrary, there will be real improvements. Deliverability. The appellant is not promoting this scheme as a speculative exercise to enhance land value. Rather, it has evolved the scheme in close association with an operator with a proven track record of delivery of such accommodation. Madam, can I just pause there and just add a point, just draw your attention to that. I'm reminded by Mr. Shaw that he never went back to the Antipodean point in his proof of evidence during the round table elements. I, of course, invite you to read page 68 of the proof, as you will have done already. But the more important point is, I would draw your attention to Appendix 1 of Mr. Shaw's evidence, where he identifies previous development by this proposed operator, which has been in the UK market for the last decade, and other similar proposals elsewhere within the UK by other operators. This is not an innovative or new scheme. This is a tried and tested proposal for an integrated care facility. And there isn't one for tens of miles around. So the operator, in short, has a track record for a proven type of development. Although they were originally based in New Zealand as well. Back to text. The appellant and the prospective operator at the site have the wherewithal and have the intention to deliver the scheme rapidly should permission be granted. Indeed, the corollary of the need case, which is addressed below, is that this is a local market which is crying out for this facility. The effect of residents moving to this scheme will also release their homes to the market, essentially creating an additional benefit of the scheme. Economic benefits. The scheme is agreed to be likely to deliver 155 full-time equivalent jobs to the local labour market and involves an investment of £75 million to the area. Affordable housing. The scheme will secure £1.3 million as a contribution to affordable housing. It is agreed that there is a need for such a contribution, and indeed the council in its opening reiterated the point which is made in its evidence, that it is struggling to secure workers in the care industry, in part because of local housing market difficulties. What is proposed by this contribution is emphatically a very significant benefit, which is not required by the policies of the development plan, nor is it required by the terms of the Affordable Housing SPD, but rather is consciously promoted as a land use benefit to outweigh the harm from the policy breaches that the council identify in their evidence. Its weight should not be understated. I then turn to need. In opening, we set out the appellant's case in need, which is repeated further on in this document. But in defining need, it is important to note that if the appeal is allowed, then the anticipated completion date of the scheme is at the end of 2025, with it being open for occupation at around the start of 2026. And that means that the date for assessing need, which this scheme will be capable of meeting, is the need from 2026 onwards that the scheme would actually seek to address. in the various statements of common ground, the council and the appellants have made it clear that whilst there is a difference of view as to the extent of the need, which you heard earlier on, madam, nonetheless, some things are common ground which are important. Firstly, we are told by the Secretary of State in whose shoes you sit, if you can sit in shoes, and we are told by the Secretary of State that there is a critical national need to increase the supply of specialist accommodation for the elderly. And government also tells us in the PPG, plan early. Secondly, within the plan period, it's agreed that there will be an increasing need for the type of development being proposed here, with a need for all the components of the scheme not being met by pipeline permission, even on the council's case from 2026 onwards. It's also agreed that after 2026, so once it's open, there will specifically be an increasing need for extra care housing. And that by 2026, there will be a need for care and dementia care beds well in excess of those which are provided on this site. What is evident is the differences between the council and the appellant on the extent of need come down to some pretty simple differences. Firstly, in respect to care home need, the difference is a qualitative need rather than a numbers game, which arises from the council's position that it's acceptable for those at the end of their lives and in need of the greatest care, that they are sufficiently well accommodated in rooms which lack ensuite facilities. The appellant's position is that some accommodation palpably falls below the standard that the elderly of this country and in general, and Shropshire in particular, are entitled to expect. And that means that a substantial chunk of the existing stock is substandard and needs to be addressed as soon as practicable. And Madam, can I just deviate again from text for one moment to draw attention to the rate of attrition of existing care homes in any event. And to remind you, Madam, of Mr. Newton-Taylor's evidence, that between 2014 and 2022, there have been 14 care home closures and only one new completion. So whilst we look at the issue of the figures, it's important to bear in mind that there are losses, a point that I think is stressed by both sides. In respect of extra care, reverting to text rather than care home needs, so in respect of extra care, the difference arises from the council's use of the prevalence rate based on the ratio, not the ration, the ratio of the elderly over 75 in 2018 as against the number of extra care beds at the time. The appellant's position is that that's problematical. Firstly, such an exercise wrongly assumed that in 2018 that supply and need were in equilibrium, your normative point that was put earlier on, Madam. Secondly, it completely ignores the gross imbalance in the tenure of provision of extra care. And thirdly, it hasn't been sense checked against other sources of information, including local data. And just to add, you know that we have difficulty with the housing needs survey that's relied upon by the council because it's not in a publicly available document. That's not a sense check capable of being scrutinised in this forum because it's not publicly available. So three things. Wrongly assumes that things are in equilibrium in 2018. It ignores tenure and it's not properly sense checked against other sources of information. However, notwithstanding all those points, the debates on need fall into the category of so what for the purpose of the planning balance in this case. Both parties accept a need. The differences between them are qualitative and quantitative, but this locally innovative community will be here for decades, during which Shropshire's population will continue to age and need will continue to increase. It rather feels like an exercise in navel gazing to be arguing about whether the need for the development is one that arises immediately upon opening or in the first couple of years of the development's life. With respect, this county will need this scheme and more, much more, and soon in order to come close to meeting what nationally has been described by government as a demographic time bomb. The need for the development and its locational suitability is firmly established, and the planning balance is decisively, we say, in favour of the proposed development on any fair consideration of the evidence before you, Madam. But what is startling is the council seems to contend that a continuation of its strategy will deliver the accommodation which it now accepts is needed. Well, with respect, the proof is in the pudding, or rather the proof of the pudding is in the eating, and the strategy to date hasn't delivered. There is presently just over 400 units of extra care in Shropshire, of which only 120 are market units, despite clear evidence that there is a cohort of thousands of over 75s which is scheduled to double in terms of its number over the next 15 years, many of whom are homeowners who would benefit from the proposed development. Moreover, the market has delivered care homes with hundreds of bedrooms, which are palpably below modern standards. There is no allocation for a land use proposing an integrated care community, and no criteria-based policy to judge such a proposal by. Such a McCorber-esque approach is the abrogation of proper planning and intention, with the strong emphasis on delivery of specialist accommodation for the elderly within national policy and guidance. I should add, Madam, the reference to McCorber-esque is only in a footnote to explain it to my team. I've no doubt you know what McCorber-esque is a reference to. I had it queried earlier on today. Prematurity. I think my final point in terms of overview. Finally, by way of overview, it is worthy of note that both the appellant and the local authority agreed that the circumstances which warrant refusal of planning permission on the grounds of prematurity are not made out. It's agreed that some limited weight can be afforded to the emerging local plan, and it's also agreed this is an area where there's a need to expand settlement limits to accommodate development. But it's also agreed that the grant of permission here would not prejudice the outcome of the emerging local plan. To the contrary, allowing this appeal would in part help to resolve a problem which both the adopted and the emerging plan don't grasp, of providing for national government describes a critical need. With respect, it isn't good enough just to say we aren't required to allocate sites, nor is it good enough to say there's no evidence that our supply against need wasn't in balance in 2018. Rather, if government describes a need as critical and advocates a plan-led system, then it's for the party asserting that they don't need to allocate land to prove that surprising case, i.e. it's not needed. In this case, the council haven't even attempted to do so. They are, with respect in any event, utterly wrong. It's an obvious deficiency of the emerging and adopted local plans that they fail to address the need for Shropshire and the rest of England to seriously increase the provision of specialist accommodation for the elderly. This is a scheme that ought to have been embraced from the outset. Madam, I don't then read the next section, which is directly from my opening. But if you turn to the section on need, which starts on page 12, I rely upon everything within it. And if I can just turn to the very end of that, I've made a few additional comments at the end, picking up some of the points that have risen from today. So if you turn to page 16, paragraph 32, everything else is stuff I've read before.
Sorry, you've got some italics. Is that an issue that's going on with your formatting? Paragraph 14.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Forgive me, there is in relation to technical issue. Paragraph 14, just before need. So this is addressing really a third party argument. So following on from discussion about technical issues in relation to the scheme. So no technical evidence has been presented before you to substantiate any argument that the council's technical appraisal of the site was incorrect. To the contrary, the inquiry has been presented with the unsavoury contention that those who disagreed with third parties were, quote, not doing their job properly. To the contrary, the obligation of every technical consultee and expert witness who's provided evidence in the inquiry, either in person or in writing, is charged with doing so dispassionately and objectively without fear or favour. And far from evidencing a failure on the part of experts, this case actually provides an object lesson and clear evidence of the professionalism and integrity of those members of professional bodies who have provided evidence to you. And Madam, you are therefore properly able to found a decision based firmly upon the robust assessment of either Mr. Hall or Mr. Shaw, both of whom invite the appeal to be allowed. Apologies for missing that one, that's quite an important one. Paragraph 32. We're dealing specifically with the issue of need, and I'm not reading out everything I read out 2 days ago. Paragraph 32. The council accepts the appeal should be allowed even if its evidence on need is accepted. However, with respect, it can't be. However well-intentioned Mr. Corden's evidence may be, he is overly wedded to the approach of the SHMA, which has yet to be properly tested through the local planning examination, and with respect, misses some very big points. Firstly, having ensuite private rooms in care homes is an obvious minimum requirement in 2023, let alone 2018 or indeed 2026. Improving the quality of provision to ensure that such a basic threshold is met is meeting the government objectives and also meeting the requirements of the Care Act. The council are, with respect, embarrassingly wrong to be advocating that there isn't an urgent qualitative need to phase out such provision for their current elderly. Secondly, the use of the prevalence rate for extra care in 2018 as a basis for assessing future need is, with respect, daft. It assumes without evidence that supply and requirement were in balance in 2018 without any evidence to support that assumption. And secondly, to the contrary, there is clear evidence within the SHMAR itself, as well as by casting the evidential net wider, as Mr. Donner has done, to conclude that they were not in balance and the future need has been seriously underestimated. Therefore, Mr. Donner has since checked his conclusion by reference to national prevalence rates and by reference to the later housing in later life model, and crucially by reference to the overwhelming force of the demographic evidence of the current elderly population, which is discussed in more depth above, and an assessment of their needs and a comparison with the obvious paucity of provision. So despite the content of the SHMAR itself, the tenure of extra care provision, both that now and also that in the development pipeline, simply does not reflect the tenure of the elderly population which it purports to serve, with a gross underrepresentation of owner-occupied provision. And that matters, not just because it's in tension with the requirements of the Care Act, but because it will, in the real world, obviously reduce the propensity of a person in a different tenure of occupation to make a need-based move into specialist accommodation. So the effect of those simple differences is that the extent of quantitative and qualitative need has been grossly underestimated, in this case by the council. On the evidence, the need is substantially in excess of that contended for by them, and the need for the proposed development is an immediate and a growing one. On the council's case, the need is said to be moderate, tempered by their overly optimistic strategy, but on the appellant's case, the need is immediate and acute. With respect, it's a bit disappointing that the inquiry has even had to consider this evidence when national guidance tells local planning authorities in England that the need is an acute one. Landscape and visual effects. Here I've added the additional words at the start rather than the end, but it's only a page that I'll trouble you with, madam. So what will have been apparent from your site visit, we think, is the conclusions of the LBIA are robust and have been rightly agreed by the council. Views of the change caused by the proposed development will indeed be highly localised and limited to the close vicinity of the site. Moreover, the opportunity to mitigate any such impacts is obvious, and there's no reason to doubt Ms. Bishop's evidence that it will be rapidly effective for the life of the proposed development. Much focus has been directed towards the effects upon users of Hencote Lane. However, that focus we think is a bit misguided. It may be that those users will prefer one of the UK's most successful wineries not to have a hedge or not to have fencing around it close to the lane, but with respect, it does. Not for reasons of frustrating views, but for obvious reasons of function, i.e. security, privacy, reducing wind on downhill vines, etc. Moreover, the public right-of-way along the lane departs northward, I should say on the definitive map, to follow the original line of the road, as you've now seen it, madam, passing the telephone mast and away from the northern edge of the site. Thus, views over the site are impeded by intervening mature hedgerows and boundary treatment, as well as distance in part. So the suggestion of some of the latter being subject to enforcement action, that's a matter that was discussed day before yesterday, is wrong. And the impact is that which you have seen already on site. Of course, the council have had the benefit of a detailed appraisal from a landscape consultant, which has then led to the landscape statement of common ground, which concluded that the views from all of the cardinal points to and from the site do not give rise to a concern in landscape terms. The only exception being from the recreational land to the east, i.e. within the urban area. And madam, I've then set out two quotations from the statement of common ground on landscape. I'll read out the first, if I may. So I'll just read out the first paragraph. So this is agreed between the council's consultant and the appellants. It's agreed the proposals would not result in any significant effects on visual receptors to the north, west and south. Whilst there are likely to be moderate adverse effects on users of Ashfield recreation ground and on the private views of a small number of residents on Ashfield Road to the east of the year 1, this could diminish following the establishment of appropriate mitigation planting scheme, as indicates on the Potsoni architectural illustrative montages and the views from Ashfield recreational ground. We agree. So rightly, Mr. Hall has concluded, paragraph 37, that this issue should only be afforded now low to moderate weight. With respect, that belies the substantial efforts that have been brought to bear to promote a scheme which is well integrated into the landscape and will be appropriately mitigated. So yes, change is rarely welcome, but change in this case will be highly localised and amenable to mitigation. And emphatically, no better site has been identified before you. Indeed, in this area of transition, the logic of the appeal site as a location to meet need is with respect obvious. Madam, I don't read out the rest of the landscape, and you'll be disappointed that I don't read out the rest of biodiversity either. Madam, transportation, I'm also content to leave to my submissions in opening. And Madam, planning policy, I'm happy to leave until we get to paragraph 62. So paragraph 62. In policy terms, where there is a tension with adopted and emerging local plan policy, that tension has to be tempered by the fact that neither plan contains a proper strategy to positively and proactively deliver this much needed form of specialist accommodation. The adopted plan is geographically out of date in terms of meeting needs generally and the elderly needs specifically. And the emerging plan strategy appears to be based upon the hope of delivery, such as of such accommodation as an adjunct to other forms of housing, a triumph of hope over planning. So if there is such a tension, it is clearly and decisively outweighed by the clear benefits which arise from the proposed development. And Madam, those proposed benefits are set out at paragraph 64, and I read them out in opening and don't do so again, but I hope you'll forgive me to read out the corrected version of paragraph 65 now that we're at the end, not the start of the inquiry. So paragraph 65. In short, the issues in this appeal are not complex. The need is a pressing one. The adverse effects come nowhere close to outweighing the benefits. The council has no other plan for meeting this need, and the scheme has surprisingly few adverse effects. And significantly and unusually, both main parties before you, Madam, consider that permission should be granted. The merits of this proposal are overwhelming, and therefore, Madam, you are respectfully invited to allow this appeal as soon as possible to help to address those obvious and unaddressed needs. Madam, unless I can assist you further, those are our submissions in closing. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
No.
You think you would? Right. This one. Okay, thank you very much, everybody. Just want to clarify, I haven't got the most up-to-date conditions throughout it. Yes.
I think that's about to be remedied.
All right, I can see that.
My lovely assistant is handing them around. I meant Richard.
You're getting age, yeah.
Mr. Shaw, also known as the Debbie McGee of the planning work.
Thanks.
Or at least he will be from now on.
Stop digging, Mr. Tucker. Stop digging.
You should see a sequence, Mr. Richards.
Yeah, can I just double check? I mean, obviously, I will consider these. By the way, in terms of the numbers, the heights have changed slightly, haven't they? I don't really mean to put them 12.65. I'm very specific.
Madam, the heights have changed on the towards the top of the list. The two at the bottom haven't changed.
Oh, right, okay, I got that.
It's the others that have changed slightly, and
Okay.
I've discussed and agreed that with Mr. Hall this morning.
Okay. Could you just remind me whether they've gone up or down?
They've gone up, Madam, but they're in line with cross sections and other illustrative material that form part of the planning
So
submission.
they don't conflict with
The parameters, no.
no. Okay. Thank you for that.
And I think it's condition 26 is the EV charging condition that's been the source of much angst.
You were counting it.
Madam, it's gone upstairs to be engrossed. The admin team upstairs have kindly agreed to help us with that. I don't know if it'll be printed before you leave today, but I've emailed the tract and the clean version to Holly Dutton.
Okay, so.
Yeah, but when it is signed, Madam, you will have a certified copy of the signed and completed version.
And as you intimated on Monday, we will do our absolute best to try and make sure that's with you within 7 days. The only uncertainty being the AIB bank and signing that. But if we have a difficulty by the end of next week, we'll notify the case officer of that difficulty. But we don't anticipate that it will take very much longer than that.
Okay, before I formally close, just want to check everyone's had the opportunity to say whatever they would want to say. I mean, obviously you may want to say what other things, but in terms of relating to the inquiry, sorry, Martin?
My name's Judy Bucknell. I've lived on Heath Farm.
Sorry, are you wanting to make a statement because it's just?
I just wanted to say thank you publicly to Mr. Ben Jeffcott for everything he's done. And I'm just very sad.
Thank you very much. I do actually agree that Mr. Jeffcott has made a full inquiry. Thank you. I'll try to do that.
And we concur. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, madam.